Welcome back, legends. You're at Gringotts Hub. Another incredible story awaits. What if Gringotts discovered Harry owned every magical institution in Britain and fired every minister since Merlin's time? Subscribe and hit the bell. Let's dive right in. Chapter 1. The account. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, which Harry had always thought was the most useless day of the week. He was elbow-deep in the engine of a 1974 Norton Commando motorcycle when Hedwig's replacement, a tawny owl named Cops that Ron had given him last Christmas and that Harry had never quite warmed to, dropped a heavy cream envelope onto the garage floor and immediately flew back out through the open window without waiting for a treat. Even the owl found Tuesdays uninspiring. Harry wiped his hands on a rag that was already beyond saving, picked up the envelope, and turned it over. The seal was not wax. It was something denser, something that caught the light in a way that had nothing to do with the single bare bulb hanging above him. The crest pressed into it showed a dragon mid-flight, clutching a set of scales in its left talon and a key in its right. Below the crest, in letters so precise they might have been engraved by machine rather than hand, were the words, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Office of Senior Account Management Re, Estate of James Charles Potter, Lily Jean Potter, née Evans, and all associated subsidiary holdings. This correspondence requires your personal attendance at your earliest possible convenience. The matter is of considerable urgency and complexity. Gringotts apologizes for any inconvenience. Harry read it twice. Then he put it on the workbench, finished tightening the bolt he'd been working on, cleaned his hands properly this time with the turpentine from the shelf, and went inside to shower. He'd been living in Grimmauld Place for 14 months. Not because it felt like home, it didn't, not yet, possibly not ever, but because it was his, which was a thing he was still learning to feel the full weight of. His own space, his own walls, his own spectacular view of a London street that had no idea a magical house sat in its middle. He'd repainted the hull. Torn out Walburga Black's portrait, frame and all, and patched the wall behind it. Got rid of the house elf heads. Kept Creature, who had turned out to be surprisingly decent company once you accepted that his idea of a pleasant conversation involved a great deal of commentary on the inadequacy of modern wizards. There is a letter, Creature announced from the kitchen doorway as Harry came downstairs in clean clothes, his hair doing precisely what it always did, which was nothing useful. I know. I got it. From the goblins. Yes. Master is going. Tomorrow morning. Harry picked up his wand from the kitchen table, a habit, always knowing where it was, probably never going away, and tucked it inside his jacket. Is there coffee? There was coffee. There was also a plate of eggs and toast that Creature had apparently been keeping warm under a stasis charm, which meant either the elf had known about the letter before Harry did, which was entirely possible, or he'd simply learned that Harry forgot to eat on days when he was working on the bike, which was also true. Harry ate standing at the counter, looking at the letter propped against the kettle, and tried to figure out why it made him uneasy. He'd been putting off the full Gringotts audit since the war ended. The bank had sent 3 previous letters, each slightly more pointed than the last, and Harry had responded to each of them with the magical equivalent of I'll get to it, which was to say, he'd meant to respond and then found something else to do instead. It wasn't that he was afraid of the money, exactly. He'd spent his whole childhood with nothing and his adolescence with enough not to worry, and the war had made money feel so utterly beside the point that he still had trouble caring about it the way he probably should. It was more that sitting across from a goblin and going through his parents' estate meant making their deaths into a transaction. Itemized. Catalogued. Valued. He hadn't been ready. 18 months on, he was still not entirely ready, but the letter's phrasing had shifted. The previous 3 had been polite administrative nudges. This one had the careful, slightly over-controlled tone of someone who had found something they were not sure how to explain, and had decided the only way forward was to be very, very precise about their language. Considerable urgency and complexity. Goblins did not use those words lightly. Goblins, in Harry's experience, used words the way a master jeweler used tools, selecting exactly the right one for exactly the right purpose, never a syllable more than necessary. He finished his eggs, told Creature he'd be back by evening, and went to bed early for the first time in weeks. He was at the Leaky Cauldron by 8 the next morning. The pub was quiet at that hour, just a few witches nursing tea over their morning profit and Tom the barman restocking the back shelf with something that smelled aggressively of anise. Harry had gotten good at moving through the alley without causing scenes, cap pulled down, collar up, a particular way of walking that suggested he was late for something and would very much prefer not to stop. It worked perhaps 60% of the time. The other 40%, someone recognized the scar and then he spent 20 minutes being grateful for things he wasn't sure he deserved gratitude for. This morning he made it the full length of Diagon Alley without incident, which felt like a good omen, though he didn't generally trust those. Gringotts sat at the far end of the alley the way it always had, white stone, imposing as a challenge, the two goblin guards at the door watching him with the particular brand of professional disinterest that was somehow more unnerving than open scrutiny. Harry nodded to them. One nodded back, almost imperceptibly. The other didn't bother. Inside, the bank was already humming. Goblins moved behind the long counter with the focused efficiency of people who considered time to be a resource more precious than gold, which for goblins was saying something. The ceiling soared overhead, chandeliers blazing with lights that cast no shadows, which had always struck Harry as faintly eerie. The marble floors were so polished that the reflections of the goblins moving across them looked like a second bank operating in a parallel world just below the surface. Harry approached the nearest teller, a young goblin with sharp eyes who looked up from a ledger without losing her place in it. "Harry Potter," he said. "I have an appointment." The letter said Senior Account Management. The young goblin's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind her eyes, not recognition exactly, more like the quiet acknowledgement of a contingency that had been planned for. She made a mark in her ledger, snapped it shut, and stepped out from behind her station. "This way, Mr. Potter." She led him not toward the private account rooms he'd been to before, which were a short walk down a left-hand corridor, but through a door behind the main counter that he'd never noticed, down a set of stairs that were considerably more impressive than they had any right to be, dark stone, actual torches, the kind of architectural seriousness that communicated wealth not by being lavish but by being permanent, and along a corridor that felt significantly older than the bank above it. The stone here was different. Rougher, darker, and carved along the upper edges with a repeating pattern of runes that Harry didn't recognize but that hummed faintly as he passed, as though acknowledging his presence. The goblin stopped before a door and knocked twice. A voice from inside said something in gobbledygook, and she opened it. The room was large and warm and smelled of old paper and something like iron. One wall was entirely shelves, packed with ledgers so old their spines had faded to near illegibility. The opposite wall was bare stone, and into it had been set a fireplace large enough to stand in, which was currently hosting a fire that burned a deep amber color and crackled with more authority than seemed strictly necessary for heating a room. A table ran down the center, dark wood, enormous, and currently spread with documents that had been organized with the precision of someone who had spent a great deal of time thinking about presentation. Behind the table sat a goblin. He was old. Harry had met goblins who were old before. Griphook had been old, in the way that sharpened rather than softened, but this one was old in a different register entirely. His skin had the color and texture of old saddle leather. His eyes were a pale amber that matched the fire almost exactly, and they tracked Harry from the moment the door opened with an attention that was neither hostile nor welcoming but simply complete. He wore deep green robes with silver at the cuffs, and his hands, folded on the table before him, were perfectly still. "Mr. Potter." His voice was lower than Harry expected, and more deliberate. "Please sit down. I am Ragnok. I am the senior director of this institution." A pause. "Close the door, Tesek." The young goblin who'd led Harry down closed the door and remained inside, taking a stool near the shelves with a quill already in hand. "A note-taker," Harry registered. Whatever happened here was going to be written down. He sat. The chair was more comfortable than it looked, which he suspected was intentional. "Thank you for coming," Ragnok said. "I understand the previous letters were less than compelling." "They were polite. We attempted polite. Something moved at the corner of the old goblin's mouth that might, in a different creature, have been the beginning of a smile. The fourth letter was somewhat more direct. It was. Harry settled back in the chair, not quite relaxed, but not performing unease either. You said there was something complex. I said there was something of considerable urgency and complexity. Ragnok's gaze was steady. The distinction matters. What I need to show you is not merely complex in the administrative sense, it is not simply a matter of multiple properties or overlapping trusts, though there is certainly that. It is complex in the sense that it requires you to understand something about the world that most people currently alive do not know. He let that sit for a moment. Including, I suspect, yourself. Harry looked at the documents spread across the table. All right. Ragnok didn't reach for the documents immediately. He considered Harry for a moment in a way that wasn't rude but was certainly thorough, and then said, How much do you know about the founding charters of magical Britain's institutions? Hogwarts was founded by 4 wizards in the 10th century, Harry said. The ministry's been around since the 1600s. The Wisengamot's older than that. Beyond that, not much. That is the version taught to children. Ragnok's voice was dry without being unkind. It is, broadly speaking, accurate in the way that a map drawn for tourists is accurate, it shows you where the famous things are without troubling you with the terrain between them. He finally reached forward and drew a single document from near the top of the pile, turning it so that it faced Harry. This was discovered in the course of your inheritance audit. It was located in a sealed Gringotts vault that had last been accessed in 1289, by the account holder at that time. Harry looked at the document. It was old enough that the parchment had gone the deep ivory of ancient teeth, and the ink had darkened to nearly brown. The script was in a form of English that Harry could just about parse, the letters ornate and the spelling eccentric by modern standards. But the seals at the bottom were what stopped him. There were 3 of them, pressed in something that had long since hardened from wax or metal into something else entirely, something that still faintly caught the light. And below the seals, the signatures. He could read the names, because they had been written more clearly than the rest, with the careful emphasis of someone who understood that signatures had to be legible to be legal. Emery's, M, witnessed and sealed, 8th day of September, year of our Lord 932. Harry looked up. Emery's is, Merlin's family name, yes. Ragnok said it the way someone states a fact they have known for so long it no longer carries weight. The document is what we call a foundation charter. It is a legal instrument, binding in both magical and goblin law, which, as you may or may not know, are not always the same thing. Under this charter, Merlin established a single unified administrative authority over all magical institutions in Britain, Hogwarts, the institution that would become the Ministry, the precursor to the Wisengamot, the Healers' Guild that became St. Mungo's, a number of smaller bodies that no longer exist in recognizable form, and Gringotts itself, in an advisory and custodial capacity. Harry had been leaning forward as Ragnok spoke. Now he stopped. All of them. Under one authority. Under one heir, Ragnok corrected, gently. Merlin did not establish a committee. He was not that kind of man, from what the historical record suggests. He established a hereditary executive authority, the office he called the Caput Magicae, which translates roughly as the head of magic, and placed all of the above institutions under that authority's legal oversight. And the heir, Harry started, is determined by magical bloodline, confirmed by goblin accounts, and cannot be contested by any subsequent legal instrument unless countersigned by the original charter holder. Ragnok looked at Harry steadily. Merlin, for reasons I expect he considered sufficient, made the position permanent and hereditary in his chosen line. He also stipulated that should the position go unfilled for any reason, Gringotts would hold the charter in trust until the correct heir presented themselves, either voluntarily or upon reaching majority. Harry stared at the document. Then at Ragnok. You're going to tell me I'm the heir? I am going to show you the account records that demonstrate it, Ragnok said, with the precise precision of someone who had thought carefully about that distinction. The conclusion is yours to draw. The mathematics are not ambiguous. He reached into the stack and drew out another document, this one much newer, crisp white parchment covered in neat rows of black ink, the kind of thing that a goblin accountant produced when they were being very serious about clarity. He set it in front of Harry. It was a genealogical account ledger. Harry had never seen one before. It looked, at first glance, like a family tree, but instead of the branching visual diagram he might have expected, it was formatted as an accounting document, each ancestor listed in order, with the relevant magical signatures and account cross-references noted beside each name, and at the bottom, topped up with the finality of a closing balance, one name. H. J. Potter. Current account status, active. Charter claim, confirmed. Heir designation, principal and sole. Below that, in smaller print but no less precisely formatted, all subsidiary accounts and institutional holdings pass in full to the above-named heir upon confirmation of majority and identity. Account confirmed by Blood Ward, Inheritance Ward, and Goblin Notarial Seal. No contest on record. No competing claims registered. Charter status, dormant pending heir's acknowledgement. Harry's hands were very still on the table. He'd learned, sometime around his third year, to keep them still when his mind was doing something loud. Merlin's line, he said finally. He had children. He had one son, Ragnok said. Documented in both Goblin records and several Muggle historical sources that your scholars have generally dismissed as legend. That son married into what eventually became a Norman wizarding family who settled in Britain after the conquest. The line ran through several generations of what you would call pure-blood families, some of them very prominent, and also through several that crossed into what your society has, with typical imprecision, called Muggleborn or half-blood lineages. Ragnok's tone on those terms carried the mild contempt of someone obligated to use vocabulary they found crude. The magical inheritance does not care about those distinctions. It follows magical resonance, not blood purity in the social sense. And it ends up at me. Harry said it flatly. Not a question. It ends up at you. Through my mother's side? Correct. Your father's line has its own considerable history, but the charter line runs through Lily Evans Potter, whose Muggleborn designation appears to have obscured a magical lineage of remarkable depth. Ragnok's pale eyes were steady. This is not unusual, historically speaking, for those who are called Muggleborn. Magic does not vanish. It goes quiet for a generation or two, sometimes several, and then it resurfaces where it chooses. Harry pressed 2 fingers to his temple, not quite a headache, more like the mental equivalent of a structural beam taking on new load. He looked at the genealogical ledger again. Then at the charter. Then at Ragnok. What does it mean, he said. Practically. What does the Caput Magicae actually, what does it do? Ragnok reached for the third document in his stack, and this one was much longer, rolled parchment, ancient, bound with a ribbon that had once been blue and was now the color of old smoke. He unrolled it carefully, handling it with the precision of someone managing something irreplaceable, and flattened it along the table. The charter grants the Caput Magicae executive authority over all listed institutions, he said, reading not from the document but from clear and thorough memory. This includes the right to ratify or void any legislative decision made by the institution, the right to appoint or dismiss any office holder, including the Minister for Magic, and the right to review and, if necessary, retroactively void any legal instrument passed without the Caput's sanction. He looked up. All ministers for magic since Merlin's original appointee have governed without that sanction. The office of Caput has been dormant. The charter has been in our vault. The fire crackled. Harry heard Tessex's quill moving steadily in the background, recording all of this, and thought distantly that it was rather like having someone take minutes at the most surreal meeting in history. Every law, he said. Every law passed by the ministry since, how long? Since approximately 1087, Ragnok said, when the last known Caput died without a confirmed heir and the charter passed into our custody. 939 years of legislation, Mr. Potter. He said it without drama. The facts were dramatic enough on their own, and he clearly knew it. Every minister. Every session of the Wiesengemot. Every law, edict, and administrative decree. All of it passed without lawful charter authority. The silence in the room was the particular kind that happens when a very large and very old thing falls over. Harry leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling, which was plain stone and therefore gave him nothing useful. Technically void, he said. In the goblin legal sense, which predates and supersedes wizarding common law in matters of charter authority, yes. Ragnok folded his hands again. However, I would note, and this is me speaking as an advisor and not merely as an account manager, that void does not mean vanished. Void means contestable. The distinction is significant. You're saying I could choose to ratify it all. Or select what to ratify and what to contest, Ragnok said. The power, Mr. Potter, is architectural. It does not compel you to tear everything down. It gives you the ability to choose what stands. A pause. Should you choose to acknowledge the charter, which you are under no legal obligation to do? Harry looked at him sharply. I'm not. The charter passes to you whether you acknowledge it or not, Ragnok said. The rights exist. But exercising them requires your explicit acknowledgement. If you choose not to acknowledge, the charter remains dormant and Gringotts continues to hold it in trust. He tilted his head. We have managed it for 9 centuries. We are patient. Why are you telling me now? Harry asked. The war ended 18 months ago. You've had 3 letters before this one. Why not just, he waved a hand. Why not put it in the first letter? It was the right question. He could tell it was the right question by the way something shifted in Ragnok's expression, not discomfort, but the careful recalibration of someone deciding how honest to be, and settling on very. 2 reasons, Ragnok said. The first, we needed to be certain. The audit required confirming the charter's lineage calculations against the current account status, and the process was more involved than standard inheritance work. The lineage traces through both magical and muggle records, and some of the latter required significant excavation. He paused. The second reason is that the first 3 letters were, as you noted, polite. We were waiting to see if you would come on your own. Without being told the specific contents. You wanted to see if I'd just show up because the bank asked me to. We wanted to see what kind of person you were. Ragnok said it without apology. We already knew what the documents said. We did not yet know what you would do about them. Harry studied him for a long moment. The old goblin met his gaze without flinching and without aggression, simply with the settled attention of someone who had lived long enough to be genuinely curious about very few things and was, currently, curious about this. You've been waiting for this, Harry said. Not just you personally. Gringotts. The bank has been waiting. We are custodians, Ragnok said. We hold what is entrusted to us until it can be returned to its rightful place. It is what we do. He gestured at the shelves around them, the ledgers packed from floor to ceiling. Every one of those represents something held in trust. The Potter Charter is merely the most significant item in our custody. He allowed himself, finally, something that was genuinely a smile, small and precise and carrying within it the weight of considerable age. By a considerable margin. Harry picked up the genealogical ledger again and read through it more slowly this time, tracing the line of names up from his own, watching the centuries accumulate above him like a tower going backward. His mother's maiden name sat 2 lines above his own, and above that the names grew older and stranger and more distant, until he was looking at names in languages he didn't entirely recognize, and above those, at the top of the column, 2 words. Emrys, M. He set it down. I need to think, he said. Of course. And I need to show this to someone. Ragnok nodded once. We anticipated that. We have prepared copies of the relevant documents, copies, not originals. The originals remain in our vault, under the following conditions. He slid a final piece of parchment across the table. The documents are bound by a non-disclosure charm that extends to any party you choose to share them with, for a period of 14 days from today. After 14 days, the charm lapses and discretion becomes your responsibility. We recommend using the time wisely. Harry looked at the non-disclosure document. It was 3 pages long, dense with conditions, and he read all of it, which made Tessex's quill pause mid-scratch in what might have been surprise. The non-disclosure applies to the existence of the charter, Harry said. Not to the existence of the audit. Correct. You may acknowledge that you are conducting an inheritance audit. You may not disclose the charter, its contents, or your status as heir until you choose to do so publicly or the 14 days elapse. Ragnok watched him read with what appeared to be quiet approval. The 14 days also serves as your consideration period. If you choose not to acknowledge the charter, you inform us before that period ends, and the matter remains between you and this institution. Harry signed the non-disclosure. Not because he felt pressured to, he'd sat in enough high-stakes situations to know the difference between pressure and practicality, and this was practical. 14 days of breathing room was exactly what he needed, and the charter wasn't going anywhere in the meantime. Ragnok produced a sealed leather portfolio from beneath the table, prepared in advance, Harry noted, which meant this meeting had been planned in extraordinary detail, and set it in front of him. Inside, when Harry checked, were clean copies of the charter, the genealogical ledger, the account status document, and 3 additional supporting documents that Ragnok walked him through briskly, a catalogue of the institutional holdings the charter covered, a legal opinion from Gringotts' own charter lawyers confirming the claim's validity, and a historical record of the charter's custody at the bank. There is one more thing, Ragnok said, as Harry was fastening the portfolio. Harry looked up. The vault. Ragnok's voice had shifted, not softer exactly, but differently weighted. Vault 4, which was the Potter family's primary account, you are already aware of. Vault 1, which was the Black estate, you claimed upon Sirius Black's death, which has already been processed. He paused. What you have not yet been informed of, because it was sealed pending the charter's resolution, is Vault 0. Harry had never heard of a vault with that designation. From the way he said it, neither had most people. Vault 0 is the charter vault, Ragnok said. It was established by Merlin at the same time as the Foundation Charter. It contains the original sealed charter documents, of which the copies we have prepared are accurate but legally secondary, as well as whatever Merlin chose to place there for his heir. He rose from behind the table, and Harry realized the old goblin was taller than he'd appeared sitting down, not tall by human standards, but with a presence that expanded to fill the room when he stood. We will take you there. Now, if you are willing. Harry stood, picking up the portfolio. Yes, he said. Let's. The journey down to Vault 0 was unlike any cart ride Harry had taken before. There was no cart, for a start. Ragnok led him personally, along with 2 senior-looking goblins who fell into step behind them without being summoned and without speaking, through a series of corridors that went progressively deeper and older, until the stone around them had gone from rough-cut to something that looked less constructed than grown, as though the rock had simply arranged itself around the space because someone had asked it nicely a very long time ago. The door to Vault 0 was not spectacular. That was the first thing Harry noticed. He'd half expected something enormous, something carved with dragons or blazing with magic. Instead it was a single large door of dark metal, iron, or something that had started as iron and been changed into something more patient, with a single handle and no visible lock. There is no key, Ragnok said, stopping before it. It responds to the charter heir. Touch the door, Mr. Potter. Harry put his hand flat against it. The metal was warm. Not the ambient warmth of a room with a fire in it, but warm in the way that living things were warm, a deep sustained heat that had nothing to do with temperature. Under his palm, he felt rather than heard something, a low resonance, felt in the chest more than the ears, and then a shifting, like a mechanism of impossible complexity completing a final turn. The door swung open. The vault was not large. After the drama of the entrance, Harry had expected cavernous. Instead it was the size of a generous study, and it contained the following: a stone pedestal in the center, on which sat a box of dark wood about the size of a large book, 4 shelves on the walls, holding perhaps 30 volumes that looked old enough to make the bank's archive look recent, a writing desk and chair, both of which were in perfect condition despite being, if the dates on the charter were accurate, approximately 1100 years old, and on the desk, a single sealed letter. Not sealed with wax. Sealed with the same material as the charter's stamps, that dense, light-catching substance that was neither wax nor metal. Harry walked to the desk and picked up the letter. The seal broke the moment his fingers closed around it. Not dramatically. Just gave way, as though it had always been planning to, and had simply been waiting for the right hand. The letter inside was in the same archaic script as the charter, but shorter. A few paragraphs. Harry read it twice, and then stood in the vault that smelled of old stone and something faintly herbal. 1,000 years of quiet waiting gathered in the walls around him, and felt for the first time in 18 months like something was asking him a genuine question. Not what he'd survived. Not what he was owed. Not what he represented. What he was going to do. He folded the letter and put it inside the portfolio with the other documents. Picked up the wooden box from the pedestal. It was lighter than it looked, and the wood was warm under his hands in the same way the door had been, and turned back to where Ragnok stood in the entrance, the 2 senior goblins behind him, all 3 watching with the careful attention of people who have waited a very long time for something to happen and are now watching it happen and choosing not to interrupt. "I'll need to speak to someone tonight," Harry said. "I'll be back in 2 days." "We will be here," Ragnok said. Harry walked back through the old corridors with the portfolio under his arm and the wooden box in his hand, and in his chest was something he hadn't felt in a long time, not quite excitement, not quite fear, but the particular charged awareness of standing at the top of a very long staircase and understanding, completely and for the first time, exactly how far it went. He was up in the main hall of the bank, the familiar noise and light of it breaking over him, before he stopped and turned back. Ragnok had accompanied him all the way up, which hadn't been necessary and therefore meant something. 900 years, Harry said. "Your bank has been holding this for 900 years. "Yes." "And none of the goblins in all that time," Harry stopped, reconsidered the question. "What I mean is, you could have used it. The knowledge of it. You could have leveraged it against the ministry at any point in the last 9 centuries. Ragnok looked at him for a long moment. The noise of the bank went on around them, unaware. "We are custodians, Mr. Potter," he said. "Not thieves." And then, with the precise control of someone choosing exactly what they let show, "though I will confess that we have not always found the wait easy." Harry nodded. He believed that completely. 2 days, he said. 2 days, Ragnok agreed. Harry went out through the great doors of Gringotts into the morning sunshine of Diagon Alley, the leather portfolio warm against his ribs and the wooden box in his hands, and stood for a moment on the white steps with the crowds of the alley moving below him. Then he pulled out his wand, turned on his heel, and disapparated. The crack of his disappearance was swallowed instantly by the noise of the street, and the goblins at the door returned their gazes to the middle distance, as impassive as they had been before he arrived, and Diagon Alley went on precisely as it always had, entirely unaware that the world had just changed in a room beneath it. He appeared in the front hall of Grimmauld Place, and before the echo of apparition had finished bouncing off the old walls, he'd already pulled out his wand and cast a Patronus, not to defend against anything, but to carry a message, the silver stag forming and wheeling toward him and then stretching into motion as he spoke quietly to it. The message was 2 words. "Come now." He watched the Patronus vanish through the wall, then went to the kitchen, where Creature was standing with an expression that suggested he'd been expecting this. "Tea," Harry said. "Strong. A lot of it." "Master is troubled," Creature said. "Master is thinking," Harry said, setting the portfolio on the kitchen table and the wooden box beside it. He pulled out the letter from Vault 0 and read it a 3rd time, more slowly. "Which is different." He was still reading when, 22 minutes later, which was actually impressive given that she'd had to get here from her flat in Islington. Hermione Granger knocked on the front door in the particular pattern of 3 quick, 2 slow that they'd all agreed on after the war, and Harry called for Creature to let her in. She came into the kitchen already talking, already reading the room the way she always did, her eyes landing on the portfolio, the box, and his face in quick succession. "That's a Gringotts seal," she said. "Sit down, Hermione." She sat. Creature put tea in front of her without being asked, which was the highest honor the elf dispensed. "Tell me," she said. Harry slid the genealogical ledger across the table, then the charter, then the account status document. He watched her read. He'd known her long enough to know her reading face, the way her eyes moved fast at first, getting the shape of a thing, and then slowed as the weight of what she was looking at arrived, and then went very still. She read for 11 minutes without saying anything. He timed it without meaning to. When she looked up, her face was doing something complicated, the collision of pure intellectual astonishment with the kind of dawning alarm that came from understanding the implications not just of what something was but of what it meant. "Harry," she said. "I know. This is," she looked down at the charter again. Then back at him. "This is a foundation charter. This is a Merlin Foundation charter. I know. Every ministry law since 1087, I know. Every minister, Hermione." He put his hand flat on the table, not to stop her but to anchor the moment. "I know. I've had 6 hours to think about it. That's what I need you for." He met her eyes. "I need you to tell me how deep this goes. I need to know exactly what this means, and what it doesn't mean, and what we do with it." He pushed the portfolio toward her. "Because I'm not putting it back in the vault." She looked at him for a long moment. In her expression he could see the same long staircase he'd felt in the bank, the same dizzyingly far drop, and the same charged electricity of standing at the top of it. Then she reached for the portfolio, pulled out every document, arranged them in order with the automatic precision of someone who had been organizing research since she was 11 years old, and picked up the first page. "All right," she said. "Let's start from the beginning." Outside, the London morning went about its business. In the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, 2 people bent over a table covered in 900-year-old secrets, and the world that didn't know yet went on being blissfully unaware that it was about to change. Chapter 2, The Weight of Paper. Hermione read through the night. Harry knew this because he woke at 3 in the morning, came downstairs for water, and found her exactly where he'd left her, jacket off, sleeves rolled to the elbow, hair escaping its tie in the particular aggressive way it did when she'd been running her hands through it repeatedly. The kitchen table had transformed into something that looked like the aftermath of a very organized explosion. Documents were arranged in overlapping rows, each held in place by a different object, a mug, a spare quill, the wooden box from Vault 0 that she'd evidently examined and then placed carefully at the table's edge. She'd conjured a second light source at some point, a small floating orb that hovered at her left shoulder and followed her gaze as she moved between pages. She had also, at some point, covered 2 full sheets of parchment in her own handwriting, which was smaller and denser than Harry's and contained more cross-references per square inch than most academic textbooks. "Go back to bed," she said, without looking up. "Have you slept?" "I'll sleep when I understand this." She did look up then, and her eyes had the bright, slightly manic focus that Harry associated with her best and most terrifying moments of intellectual engagement. "Harry, do you know how many laws this touches?" "I have a guess." "Over 4,000 pieces of legislation passed since 1087, and that's just the ones I can cross-reference against the ministry's published records." She gestured at the parchment she'd filled. "I started making a list of the most significant ones and I had to stop because the list was getting longer than the night." She picked up the account status document and held it at arm's length as though looking at it from a different angle might make it say something different. "The Statute of Secrecy. The Being Classification Acts. The entire legal framework for Azkaban. Every appointment to every major judicial post in the last 5 centuries. All of it passed under an authority that, according to this, she set it down carefully, had no legal right to govern. Harry pulled out a chair and sat across from her. But it did govern. For 900 years. Which is exactly what makes this so complicated. She sat back and rubbed her eyes. There's a legal principle called de facto authority, the idea that a governing body which functions as legitimate, and is treated as legitimate by those it governs, accumulates a kind of practical legitimacy even if its foundational documents are flawed. It's been used in Muggle courts for centuries. She picked up the Gringotts legal opinion she'd separated from the main pile. But the goblins anticipated that argument. Their charter lawyers address it directly on page 4. Their position is that goblin law, which predates the ministry's founding by several thousand years, does not recognize de facto authority when a legitimate charter holder exists. The existence of the caput position, even dormant, actively prevents de facto legitimacy from accruing. So the ministry's defense doesn't work under goblin law. It might work under wizarding common law. Which is part of why this is complicated, and also part of why it's brilliant, because, she stopped, caught herself, and made a face that was self-aware about its own excitement. Sorry. The point is, whichever legal framework you apply, you get a different answer, and right now there's nobody in magical Britain who has the authority to adjudicate between them. Except, she looked at him. Except me, Harry said. Except you. She folded her hands on the table. Harry. You don't just own the ministry's building or its accounts. According to the charter, you have the authority to be the final adjudicating authority. On everything. There's no appeal above the Caput Magicae. Merlin built it that way deliberately. Merlin, Harry said, sounds like he had some trust issues. Merlin, Hermione said, sounds like he'd seen what happened when you didn't have a clear ultimate authority, and decided to solve the problem permanently. She paused. Which, given what we know about 10th century Britain, is actually quite rational. Harry reached over and turned the wooden box so that it faced him. He'd opened it before Hermione arrived and found inside it 3 things, a small iron key, a ring of dark metal set with a stone that was either very deep green or very deep black depending on the light, and a folded document that turned out to be a deed of title, listing every property and institution under the charter in language so archaic it had taken him half an hour to parse the first paragraph. He'd read the letter from the vault 4 times now and had it nearly memorized. To the heir who opens this, I do not know your name or your century, but I know the blood that carries you here, and I know that the world you have inherited is probably not the one I hope to leave. It never is. The charter gives you authority. Authority is not wisdom. Use the first only when you have found the second. The key opens what is hidden. The ring announces what is real. Do not put it on until you are ready for everything that comes after. He'd thought about that last line more than any other. Until you are ready for everything that comes after. It implied Merlin had known, or suspected, that everything that came after would be significant. That it wouldn't be a quiet administrative acknowledgement. That it would be a storm. The ring, Hermione said, following his gaze to the box. I looked it up while you were asleep. Dark green stone in iron, worn on the right index finger. There are 3 mentions of it in the Goblin Historical Archives Ragnok included in the supplementary documents. They call it the signum capitis. The mark of the head. She looked at him steadily. Every witch and wizard in Britain with any knowledge of ancient magical history will recognize it the instant they see it. It's been considered a legend for centuries. Good, Harry said. Hermione blinked. Good. If it's been considered a legend for centuries, then the moment it's real, it's impossible to argue with. He met her gaze. That's what you were thinking, isn't it? That's why you looked it up. She held his gaze for a moment and then, despite everything, smiled, small and sharp and deeply fond. You've gotten better at that. I had good teachers. He picked up the ring from the box, turned it in his fingers. The stone caught the floating light and went deep green, deep as a forest at noon. I need to understand 2 things before we go back to Ragnok. First, who else might already know about this? Hermione's expression shifted. She'd clearly already been thinking about this, because she reached into the reorganized pile and drew out a single sheet, not one of Gringotts' documents but her own handwritten notes, a list with several names already written in neat columns. The goblins know, obviously, she said. Ragnok and his immediate senior staff. Beyond the bank, I can think of 3 possibilities. The first is anyone who had access to the sealed vault records, but Ragnok said that vault was last accessed in 1289, so that's a very cold trail. The second, she tapped the second name on her list, is anyone in the ministry's own historical archive who might have come across references to the charter in other documents. It was never entirely erased from the historical record, it just faded. Became folklore. But someone with the right specialization and the right motivation could have found the threads. And the third? She hesitated for exactly 1 second, which with Hermione was as good as a flashing sign. Old pureblood families with long institutional memories. She said it carefully. Families that have been in the Wisengamot for centuries. Families whose ancestors were around when the charter was still recent enough to be discussed. Some of them keep private historical records that predate the ministry's official archives. She met his eyes. Families like the Malfoys. Harry was quiet for a moment. Through the kitchen window, he could see that the London sky was doing the gradual thing, the deep black going to the dark blue that came before actual dawn. They'd been at this for 17 hours. Lucius Malfoy was obsessed with bloodline history, he said. More than obsessed. He funded the restoration of the ministry's historical archive in 1987, which gave him private access to the originals before they were copied. He was also, according to several sources I've found in the Black Family Library, a member of a private historical society called the Custodes Antiqua, the Old Guardians. They studied pre-ministry magical law. She paused. Harry, I think there's a real possibility that the Malfoy family has known about this, or known something about this, for decades. Harry processed that. Lucius Malfoy, who had spent his entire adult life positioning himself at the center of wizarding Britain's power structures. Lucius Malfoy, who had supported a Dark Lord whose stated purpose was blood supremacy but whose actual leverage was political dominance. Lucius Malfoy, who had maneuvered himself into a position of influence under 3 consecutive ministers for magic. What would a man like that do with the knowledge that the entire legal framework of magical Britain was technically void? What would he not do? He'd bury it, Harry said. He wouldn't want it used. He'd want the current system to continue, because the current system was one he knew how to operate. One he'd spent decades cultivating influence within. He looked at Hermione. He'd want to make sure nobody ever followed the trail. Which means, Hermione said, that someone may have been actively suppressing this information. Not just through neglect or distance of time, but deliberately. And if Lucius Malfoy knew, she stopped. Then Draco might know too, Harry finished. They looked at each other. One problem at a time, Harry said. The second thing I need to understand, what are our actual options? Not legally, not theoretically, practically. What can we actually do with this, and what happens if we do it? Hermione took a breath and looked at her notes. When she answered, it was in the voice she used for complex tactical problems, clear, direct, no hedging. Option 1, you formally acknowledge the charter, invoke your authority as Caput, and go public. Everything changes overnight. The ministry's legal status becomes immediately contested. There will be chaos, political, institutional, potentially physical if people feel threatened enough. She moved to the second point without pausing. Option 2, you acknowledge the charter privately, approach the ministry leadership directly and negotiate what a modern exercise of charter authority looks like. More controlled, higher risk of suppression or co-option. Option 3, you decline the charter, it goes back in the vault, and none of this ever happened. She looked up. I think we both know option 3 isn't actually on the table. No, Harry agreed. Option 2 has a serious problem, she continued. The moment you approach the ministry without going public, you're giving whoever's in a position of power the opportunity to control the narrative. And the ministry has never, in our experience, been great at handling information that threatened its authority. Her voice was dry. They have a tendency to manage things by making them disappear. So option 1. Broadly, yes. But not immediately. Not without preparation. She looked at the pile of documents, then at him. There are things we need to do first. We need to understand the full scope of the holdings. Ragnok said the catalogue was incomplete, that some institutions listed in the charter have no modern equivalent, which means there might be successor organizations we haven't identified. We need to know exactly which laws we want to contest and which we want to ratify, because walking in without that clarity is how you cause a collapse instead of a restructuring. She paused. And we need allies. Who? People who'll support this not because of you personally, not just because they trust Harry Potter, but because they understand what it means and they believe in what you do with it. She tapped the table. Augusta Longbottom. She's been trying to reform the Wisengamot from the inside for 30 years. She knows every clause in its founding documents. She'll recognize the charter on sight and she'll understand its implications faster than almost anyone else alive. Harry nodded slowly. Who else? Kingsley, she said, and her voice shifted on his name, careful, aware this one was complicated. He needs to know before this goes public. He's a good man, Harry. He deserves not to find out the way everyone else does. I know. Harry looked at the ring in his hand again, then set it back in the box. He's also going to hate it. Yes, Hermione said. He is. She was quiet for a moment, and in the quiet Harry heard the London morning beginning outside, the first buses, the distant sound of a delivery lorry, the city conducting itself with the cheerful indifference of something that had been going on for 1,000 years and intended to keep going regardless of what any individual person discovered in their kitchen at dawn. There's one more thing, Hermione said. She reached for a document that she'd separated from the others and placed face down, which was the kind of thing she only did when she needed a moment before showing someone something. She turned it over. It was her own notes, not a Gringotts document, but the research she'd done in the hours Harry had been asleep, working from the supplementary Goblin archives and cross-referencing against several books she'd pulled from the shelves of the Black Library. At the top of the page she'd written a single name, Dolores Jane Umbridge. Harry went very still. She's not in Azkaban, Hermione said. She was charged. She was convicted of crimes against Muggleborns during the war, the improper sentencing, the use of Dementors as enforcers. But her sentence was commuted after 6 months. Insufficient evidence of direct casting was the official reason, though that is, her jaw tightened, a determination that I find deeply suspicious given the testimony of approximately 40 people who were in that courtroom. She took a breath. She's living in Somerset. On a full ministry pension. And she retained, technically, an advisory position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement that nobody bothered to formally revoke when her active duties ended. Advisory, Harry said. Which means she still has access. Hermione's finger moved to the second paragraph of her notes. She has connections inside the ministry's archival department. And, according to a cross-reference I found in the Custodes Antiqa membership records that Ragnok included in the supplementary files, she paused. Harry, Umbridge was a member of the Old Guardian Society. She and Lucius Malfoy were both members. The kitchen was very quiet. She knows, Harry said. I think it's likely she knows something. Hermione's voice was careful and precise. I don't know how much. The Custodes Antiqa dissolved in 1998, right after Voldemort fell. But if Lucius Malfoy shared what he knew with other members, and if Umbridge has spent the last 18 months watching the ministry from her advisory position, she stopped. She would have noticed that Gringotts was conducting a full Potter inheritance audit. Banks of that scale don't move quietly. Someone with the right connections would have caught the tremor. Harry thought about that. He thought about Umbridge the way he always thought about her, not with the raw anger of his 5th year but with the colder, cleaner understanding that came later, the recognition that she was something more dangerous than a bully. Bullies wanted power for the pleasure of its exercise. Umbridge wanted order. She wanted the world arranged correctly, which meant arranged according to rules she understood, enforced by authority she trusted, pointed at people she had decided deserved pointing at. She'd served Fudge and then, seamlessly, the Death Eaters, not because she was loyal to either but because both offered her what she actually wanted, an institutional framework that validated her choices. Take away that institutional framework, tell her that the ministry she'd served her entire life was operating on a void charter, and you didn't just threaten her career. You threatened the scaffolding of her entire worldview. She'll move to bury it, Harry said. The moment she has confirmation. She won't wait and she won't negotiate. No. Hermione looked at him. She'll move to bury you. They sat with that for a moment. Then Harry reached over, picked up the portfolio, and stood. Right. We need 2 things from Gringotts. The complete institutional catalogue, every holding under the charter, modern equivalents where they exist. And I want to see the membership records of the Custodes Antiqua in full, if Ragnok has them. He looked at Hermione. Can you be ready in an hour? She looked down at herself, same clothes as yesterday, hair catastrophic, and judging by the empty mugs on the table, somewhere between 6 and 8 cups of tea deep. Give me 45 minutes. An hour, Harry said. Have breakfast. She started to object. Then she looked at the documents and back at him, and did the small recalculation that said she knew he was right and she was going to be gracious about it. Fine. An hour. Creature appeared in the kitchen doorway with the particular timing of someone who had been waiting just out of sight. Breakfast, Harry told him. Yes, Master Harry, Creature said, and something in his voice suggested that this, above all other things he had been asked to do in his long life, he found appropriate. They were back in Ragnok's room below the bank by 9:30. Ragnok received them both without comment. He had apparently anticipated that Harry would bring Hermione, because there were 2 chairs across the table and 2 cups of something that wasn't quite tea but was hot and clarifying and tasted faintly of copper, which was apparently a goblin courtesy. Tessek was back on her stool with her quill. Harry set the portfolio on the table and folded his hands on top of it. I want 2 things, he said. The complete institutional catalogue, every holding the charter covers, and where each one maps to a current institution or its successor. And everything you have on the Custodes Antiqua. Ragnok did not look surprised by either request. The catalogue is already prepared. He slid it across the table, a bound volume, considerably thicker than Harry had expected. The Custodes Antiqua records are a more complex matter. What we hold are financial records, membership dues, endowments, transactions. We do not hold their private correspondence or meeting minutes. Financial records are enough, Hermione said, pulling the catalogue toward her and opening it immediately. Financial records tell you who knew whom, who met when, and who was paying for what. They're more honest than minutes. She was already reading, her finger moving down the first page. Harry looked at the catalogue over her shoulder while she moved through it and translated the archaic institutional names into modern equivalents aloud. The Schola Magica Britannica, Hogwarts. The Concilium Legum, the Wiesengemot. The Domus Gubernationis, the Ministry of Magic itself, including all departments. The Collegium Senantium, St. Mungo's Hospital. The Registrum Magicorum, the Department of Magical Records, which governed the registry of all witches and wizards in Britain. The Custodia Arcani, the body responsible for the Statute of Secrecy, which had been subsumed into the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the 1700s. And then, below those, the smaller entries, various trusts, estates, reserve funds, and several institutions listed as status uncertain, successor organization not confirmed, which Hermione circled in red ink before Harry had even finished reading the descriptions. There are 6 uncertain ones, she said. 3 of them I can identify. There are historical references that link them to current bodies. I'd need a few hours in the archive to confirm. She tapped the other 3. These I don't recognize at all. What were they? Ragnok looked at the circled entries. The Officium Memoria was Merlin's original bureau for recording the history of magical Britain. It dissolved sometime in the 1300s. We believe its functions were absorbed into what is now the Department of Mysteries, though the connection is oblique. He paused on the second. The Vox Communis was a body designed to represent the interests of non-human magical beings in any legislative decisions. It had no successor. The ministry absorbed its territory with no equivalent function and no replacement institution. Harry looked at that one. So for 900 years, there's been no formal representation for non-human magical beings in the legislative process. Correct. Goblins. Centaurs. Werewolves. House elves. Among others. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. Something passed between them that didn't need words. Both of them knew what it meant, both of them knew it mattered, and neither of them was going to lose sight of it in the larger machinery of what they were doing. And the third? Harry asked. Ragnok hesitated. It was small, a fractional pause that on a human face would have been imperceptible, but Harry had been watching the old goblin carefully enough to catch it. The third is the Arbitrium Supremum. Merlin's own court. The body that had authority to adjudicate disputes between all other institutions and, in the absence of the Caput, to make binding decisions on matters of fundamental magical law. He met Harry's eyes. It has no successor. It has been absent from magical Britain for 9 centuries. Every court decision, every Wiesengemot judgment, every ministry tribunal in that period has been made in the absence of the supreme adjudicating authority. Which means all of those decisions, Hermione started, are subject to review, Ragnok confirmed, should the Caput choose to reinstate the Arbitrium. Hermione put down her quill. She looked at Harry with the expression of someone who has just watched a door open onto a view that is much larger than the room they were standing in. You could, she said slowly, retroactively review every wrongful conviction in wizarding British history. Serious, Harry said, and it came out quieter than he meant it to. The names sat in the room. Neither of them said anything for a moment. Tessek's quill was still. He's gone, Harry said. He kept his voice even. It doesn't help him. But there are others. He thought of the people who'd been thrown into Azkaban on thin evidence. Thought of the trials held at the height of Voldemort's first reign, when fear had done most of the prosecutorial work. Thought of every being who'd been classified and constrained and dismissed by a legal system that had never had the authority to classify anyone in the first place. There are a lot of others. He reached forward and closed the catalogue. Tell me about Umbridge, he said to Ragnok. The old goblin's expression did not change, but something settled in it, the slight shift of someone moving from a subject they found professionally interesting to one they found personally significant. What specifically would you like to know? She was a member of the Custodes Antiqa. Along with Lucius Malfoy. Your financial records, Harry gestured at the file Ragnok had produced on the society, show meeting locations, dates, dues. What's the most recent activity? Ragnok opened the file himself and turned several pages. The society's last recorded financial activity was April 1998. 4 months before that, January, there was a significant withdrawal from the Society's endowment fund. 16,000 galleons. He looked up. Withdrawn by a single signatory. Harry already knew the answer before he asked. Umbridge. Yes. Where did it go? Several destinations. Ragnok turned another page. 3,000 to a private law firm, one that specializes in ministry regulatory matters. 4,000 to a research archive in Edinburgh that studies pre-ministry magical history. The remaining 9,000, he paused. To a private vault at this bank. Registered under the name of the recipient institution, not an individual. The institution is listed as the Officium Protectionis. Hermione turned sharply from the catalogue. Officium Protectionis, that's not in the charter catalogue. No, Ragnok said. It is not a Merlin-era institution. It was established in 1994, during Cornelius Fudge's term as minister. Its stated purpose is the preservation of traditional wizarding legal structures. His voice was precise and entirely neutral in the way that communicated more than editorial comment would have. Its founding trustee is not a matter of public record. The founding documents were filed under a privacy seal. Can you open it? Harry asked. As account holder, do I have access? Not under your current status, Ragnok said. However, should you formally acknowledge the charter, he left that unfinished deliberately. Harry looked at the file in front of Ragnok. 16,000 galleons moved 4 months before the Custodes Antiqua dissolved. A private institution established in 1994, the year Umbridge had first come to prominence under Fudge. A law firm that specialized in ministry regulation sitting on a retainer funded by a woman who technically held no active position. Umbridge had known. Maybe not everything, maybe not the specific content of Vault Zero, but she'd known enough. She'd known enough to start building something. And she'd started building it during the war, which meant she'd always been thinking past Voldemort, not worried about the Dark Lord winning, but worried about what came after and whether the institutional structure she loved would survive the cleaning up. She's not reacting, Harry said, more to himself than to anyone. She's not waiting to see what I do and then reacting. She's been prepared for this. She built the preparation 4 years ago. That is our assessment as well, Ragnok said. Harry stood. He walked to the fireplace, hands in his pockets, and looked at the amber flames. She thinks she can bury it. Whatever I find, whatever I try to do with it. He turned. What does the Officium Protectionis actually have the power to do? Unknown, Ragnok said. Without accessing its founding documents. Then I need to see those founding documents. Harry looked at the box in Hermione's hands. She'd picked up the Vault Zero box and was holding it with the careful attentiveness she gave anything she considered important. And I need to do it before she knows we've found the thread. He looked at Ragnok. How long before the audit's existence becomes visible to someone with ministry archival access? Ragnok considered. The audit filing itself is protected by standard Gringotts privacy protocols. However, the volume of archival requests we have made in the process of conducting it, the lineage records, the goblin historical archives, the cross-referenced institutional documents, those requests generate a paper trail that someone with sufficient access and sufficient motivation could follow. He paused. If that person were already looking. How long? Harry repeated. If they began looking today. 3 to 5 days before they could assemble enough of the trail to understand its direction. He looked at Harry steadily. Less, if they have a contact inside Gringotts. Hermione made a sharp sound. Inside the bank. We hold the charter loyally, Ragnok said, and his voice carried an edge for the first time, not defensive, but clarifying, the way a blade clarifies the boundary between two things. But Gringotts is a large institution, and large institutions have edges and crevices like any other. I am telling you the risk exists so that you can account for it. Not to suggest it is my bank's failing. I know, Harry said. He did know. He'd trusted Gringotts with the charter for 9 centuries before meeting Ragnok, which was as concrete a statement of faith as anything. So we have 3 days, maybe 5. He turned back to the room. Hermione. The uncertain institutions need to be mapped, she said immediately. The founding documents of the Officium Protectionis need to be accessed. And, she held up the Gringotts legal opinion, I want to cross-reference their argument against the ministry's own internal legal archive. If we can get access to that. Can you get access to it? She gave him a look that very politely communicated that the question was somewhat beneath him. I know 3 people in the Department of Magical Records who owe me favors from the war, and I am not above calling them in. She turned to Ragnok. Can I work from here? From the archive downstairs? We will set up a workspace, Ragnok said. Tessek will assist you. Tessek looked up from her stool. She and Hermione considered each other for a moment, two people of similar methodological temperament recognizing something familiar, and Tessek gave a nod that was almost as precise as Hermione's own. Harry looked at the ring in the Vault Zero box that Hermione was holding. Then at the charter copy on the table. Then at Ragnok. I need to see Kingsley before this goes any further, he said. Not to show him everything. I need to know where he stands before I make any moves. He picked up the charter copy and the ring box and slid them into the portfolio. He's a good man. He should have warning. That is your judgment to make, Ragnok said. Yes. Harry picked up the portfolio. It is. He looked at Hermione. She met his eyes over the spread of documents and the careful chaos of what they'd assembled, and in her face was the thing he'd always counted on, not reassurance, but the solid, clear-eyed certainty of someone who had looked at the scope of what they were doing and had decided, deliberately and with full information, that it was worth doing. I'll be back this evening, he said. Keep going. Obviously, she said, already turning back to the catalogue. He went back up through the old corridors and out into the bank, into the morning noise and the golden light of chandeliers that cast no shadows, and through the great doors into Diagon Alley. The day was bright and cold and full of people who had no idea. He stood on the steps for a moment, the portfolio under his arm and the ring in a box inside it, and looked at the alley going about itself, the witch arguing good-naturedly with the robes shop owner, the pair of students from Hogwarts pointing at something in the window of Gamble and Japes, the wizard outside Flourish and Blots reading the back of a book with intense personal investment. 900 years. 900 years of this, and none of it was technically legal. He could tear it all down. He could, and there were people who'd deserve having it torn down on their heads, and part of him, the part that had grown up in a cupboard under the stairs and been processed by an institution that had at various points tried to have him expelled, imprisoned, and killed, that part felt the pull of that option with an honesty he wasn't going to pretend he didn't have. But the people in the alley below him weren't the ministry. They were people. People who'd lived their lives inside these institutions, raised children inside them, built something that looked like civilization inside them, imperfect and often broken as it was. You didn't fix something real by pretending it didn't exist. You fixed it by going through it. Harry walked down the steps and into the crowd, and behind him Gringotts went on being white and imposing and ancient and patient, and inside it, Hermione Granger and a goblin note-taker were dismantling 9 centuries of institutional history with the quiet, relentless efficiency of people who had decided that the truth was more important than the tidiness of ignoring it. In Somerset, though Harry didn't know it yet, a woman in pink robes was putting down a copy of the Morning Prophet, picking up a quill, and writing a letter in the small, precise hand of someone who was very, very careful about what she put on paper. She had been expecting something. She didn't know yet exactly what shape it had taken. But she had been expecting it for 18 months, and she was not the kind of person who was ever truly caught unprepared. She sealed the letter. She set it aside for the owl. She poured herself another cup of tea. And she smiled, the kind of smile that had nothing warm in it, the kind that was really just a shape the mouth makes when a plan begins to move. Chapter 3, The Minister's Table. Kingsley Shacklebolt's office on the 4th floor of the Ministry of Magic was the most deliberately understated room that power had ever occupied. There was no grand desk. There was a working table, broad, scarred from use, covered in the organized sprawl of someone who actually read the documents that crossed it rather than delegating them downward. The bookshelves held law and history, not trophies. The one personal item in the room was a photograph on the wall behind the chair, not of Kingsley himself but of the Auror training class of 1986, 23 young witches and wizards standing in rows with the particular stiff formality of people who had not yet decided whether to take themselves seriously. Kingsley was in the back row, third from the left, and he was the only one grinning. Harry had always liked that photograph. He liked it more now, standing in the doorway of the office he'd asked to enter without explanation, portfolio under his arm, because it reminded him that the man behind the table was not the institution he ran. The institution could be wrong. The man, in his experience, generally wasn't. Harry. Kingsley rose from the table with the natural ease of someone who stood 6 feet 4 and had learned to move without making it a statement. He reached across and shook Harry's hand, not the performative handshake of political habit but the real thing, palm to palm, brief and warm. No owl. No appointment. Must be interesting. It's interesting, Harry agreed. Sit down. Kingsley gestured at the chairs across from the table and settled back into his own, pushing a stack of parchment to one side to clear his sightline. Tea? No, thank you. Kingsley looked at him for a moment with the sharp, patient attention of a man who'd spent 20 years reading rooms and people, and waited. Harry had thought about how to do this on the walk from the Flo Point. He'd considered several approaches, the methodical build-up, the contextual preparation, the careful legal framework first and the conclusion after. He'd thought about all of them and rejected all of them, because Kingsley was not someone you managed. He was someone you respected, and respect in this case meant being straight. He put the portfolio on the table, opened it, and slid the genealogical ledger across. I need you to read that first, he said. Then we'll talk. Kingsley picked it up. He read with the same quality of attention he'd given the room when Harry walked in, complete and unhurried, not performing speed but not wasting time either. He got halfway down the first page and went very still. Not a freeze, not the stillness of shock, but the deliberate controlled stillness of a man who has encountered something significant and is choosing not to react until he understands it fully. He finished the page. Turned it. Read the second. Turned to the account status document that Harry had clipped to the back, and read that too. Then he set it down, very carefully, flat on the table, and looked at Harry. Where did this come from? Gringotts, Harry said. Inheritance audit. The charter was in a sealed vault that hadn't been opened since 1289. The charter, Kingsley repeated. Harry slid it across. The actual copy, the archaic script, the seals, the signature at the bottom that had been written by a man who had, in the 10th century, decided to solve a governance problem so thoroughly that it had taken 900 years to resurface. Kingsley read it. He read it considerably more slowly than the ledger, which meant he was reading every word, which meant his Latin and archaic English were both considerably better than Harry's. Halfway through he stood up, which Harry recognized as something Kingsley did when his mind needed more room than sitting aloud. He walked to the window without reading and stood there for a moment looking at the atrium below, which was busy with the mid-morning movement of ministry workers who were entirely unaware that the minister was currently standing above them with a document in his hand that technically made his entire office illegal. Then he walked back, sat down, and finished the document. He put it down next to the ledger, aligned them with the precise parallelism of someone doing something with their hands while their mind caught up. Every minister, he said. Since 1087. Every law. Subject to review. Not automatically void, the goblins distinguish between void and voidable. Harry had spent enough time with Hermione's notes to have that distinction solid. The rights exist. They haven't been exercised. Everything the ministry's done in the last 9 centuries is technically contestable under the charter framework, but it doesn't collapse automatically. It becomes malleable. Kingsley's jaw moved slightly. Not quite a smile and not quite the opposite. Malleable, he said. That's a word. Hermione's word. She thought it was more precise than void. Hermione has seen this. She's been at Gringotts since yesterday morning working through the supplementary archive. Harry paused. She's very into it. I imagine she is. Kingsley looked at the documents again. Then at Harry. You came here before going public. Yes. Why? It was asked directly, without accusation, but with genuine curiosity. Harry met it directly back. Because you're a good minister. One of the only ones we've ever had, from what I can tell. And because whatever I do with this," he touched the portfolio, "I'd rather do it with you in the picture than have you find out from the prophet." Kingsley was quiet for a long moment. The sounds of the ministry moved through the walls, muffled voices, the distant ding of the lifts, the ordinary mechanism of a government operating in comfortable ignorance of its own precarity. "What are you planning to do with it?" Kingsley asked. "Not tear everything down," Harry said. "That's the first thing. I'm not interested in burning it. The ministry does things that matter, people's lives depend on it functioning, even badly. I don't want a power vacuum, I don't want chaos, and I don't want to be," he searched for the word, "a king. That's not what this is." "Then what is it?" "It's leverage," Harry said. "For things that should have been fixed a long time ago." He pulled the institutional catalog from the portfolio and opened it to the page Hermione had marked, the entry for the Vox Communis, the body that had been abolished without replacement. "Do you know what this was?" Kingsley leaned forward and read the entry. His expression shifted, not surprise exactly, but the recognition of something he'd known was missing without being able to name what the absence was. "A legislative body representing non-human magical beings," Harry said. "It existed under the original charter. The ministry abolished it when it absorbed its territory. There's never been a replacement." He turned to the next marked page. "The Arbitrium Supremum. Merlin's Supreme Court. Gone for 9 centuries, which means every wrongful conviction in Wizarding Britain, and Kingsley, there are hundreds, you know there are hundreds, has no proper avenue for review. There's no body with the authority to overturn a Wisengamot verdict on fundamental grounds. Sirius Black had no body to appeal to. He didn't even get a trial." Kingsley's face did something complicated and private at Sirius's name, which Harry registered and let be. "I'm not saying this to make you feel guilty about what happened before you were minister," Harry continued. "I'm saying it because these are the things I actually want to fix. And the charter gives me the standing to demand they're fixed, which means they might actually get fixed, instead of spending another decade as items on a reform list that never quite makes it to the top." Kingsley stood again. This time he went to the window and stayed there, hands clasped behind his back, looking at the atrium. "You know what will happen when this goes public," he said. It wasn't a question. "Chaos," Harry said. "Political, institutional. People who've built careers on the current system will feel threatened. Some of them will fight it. Some will try to bury it. Some already are." Kingsley turned. "Umbridge." Harry had wondered whether to bring her up. Kingsley had done it himself, which meant he'd been thinking about her before this conversation started, which meant he already had reason to be watching her. "You know about the Officium Protectionis?" Harry asked. "A bit. I know it exists. I don't know what it does. My legal team flagged it 2 months ago as an unusual trust structure with ministry-adjacent funding, and I asked for a full report on it." He paused. "The report came back incomplete. The founding documents are sealed." "Sealed by whom?" "That," Kingsley said, "is what the report couldn't determine." He sat back down and looked at Harry with the direct steadiness of a man who had made a decision. "She's been quiet for 18 months. Properly quiet, not the quiet of someone who's been beaten and gone home, but the quiet of someone who is waiting. I've had her watched." He said it without apology. "Not officially. But I've had her watched. And she's had 12 meetings with members of the Wisengamot in the last 6 months. All of them framed as social calls. All of them with members who voted against the post-war reform package." He looked at the charter document. "She is preparing for something. I did not know what until 30 seconds ago." Harry felt the particular satisfaction of pieces locking together, which was immediately followed by the particular unease of understanding exactly how long those pieces had been moving without him seeing them. She knew the audit was happening. Almost certainly. Kingsley's voice was measured. The Ministry's archival department processes requests from Gringotts on a regular basis. She still has contacts there. He picked up the charter again and held it, not reading but thinking through the document's weight. She would have seen the scope of the requests: lineage research, institutional history, pre-ministry legal frameworks, and she would have understood what it meant. "Better than I did when I walked into Ragnok's office," Harry said. "Probably. She spent 30 years studying ministry law. She knows where every body is buried, legally speaking." Kingsley set the charter down. "What she doesn't know, what she can't know yet, is exactly what Gringotts found. Whether the charter is real, whether you've acknowledged it, and what you intend to do. So we have a window. Small one." Kingsley looked at him. "Harry. I have to ask you something, and I need you to answer me honestly." "Go on. Is this something you want?" He asked it carefully, with the weight of someone who understood that the question mattered as much as the answer. "Not something you feel obligated to do, not something you're doing because the documents landed in your lap and walking away felt like cowardice. Do you want this?" The question sat in the room. The photograph of the 1986 Aura class looked on from behind Kingsley's chair, 23 young faces that had wanted something too, and not all of them had gotten to find out what it cost. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. Not with self-pity, he was long past that, but as a data point, a particular kind of origin that shaped a person in specific ways. He'd spent 11 years being told implicitly and sometimes explicitly that he was nothing and deserved nothing, and then he'd been told he was everything and owed everything, and neither of those versions had ever asked him what he actually thought. The charter had arrived without asking too. But what he chose to do with it, that was the first genuinely unencumbered choice he could remember being offered. "Yes," he said. "Not every part of it. Not the being in front of crowds part, not the institutional ceremony part. But fixing it, yes. I want to fix it." He met Kingsley's gaze. "I've watched things that needed fixing get buried my entire life. I'm not walking away from the only real leverage I've ever had." Kingsley held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, the nod of a man who has made up his mind about something that was not going to be comfortable. "All right," he said. "Then let's talk about how to do this without setting the building on fire. I'm open to suggestions." Kingsley picked up a quill and pulled a fresh sheet of parchment from the drawer. Not dictating to Harry, not issuing directives, thinking with his hands in the way that Harry had seen him do before, working through problems by writing their edges. "You need the Weisengemot," he said, writing. "Not just informed of it, you need a formal session where you present the charter claim. Under Weisengemot rules, a properly filed charter claim cannot be denied a hearing. They can argue it, contest it, vote against acknowledging it, but they have to hear it. If you present it there, publicly, on record, it can't be buried. Umbridge will have allies in the Weisengemot," Harry said. "She will. More than you'd like." Kingsley wrote something, crossed it out, wrote again. "But so will you. Augusta Longbottom has been arguing for fundamental reform for 30 years and has been told the system doesn't allow for it. Hand her a charter that proves the system was never properly constituted and she will take that room apart brick by brick." He glanced up. "Have you spoken to her?" "Not yet. She's next. Talk to her first. Before the Weisengemot session, before anything public. She'll want to prepare, and Augusta Longbottom prepared is worth approximately 15 unprepared members of any governing body you'd care to name." He put the quill down. "The other thing you need is time. Not much, I agree with your assessment of the window. But enough to get your legal framework solid. If Umbridge challenges the charter's validity in the Weisengemot, you need an argument that doesn't rely solely on goblin law, because there are members who will dismiss goblin law on principle. Hermione's already working on that. I know she is." Something that was almost a smile crossed his face. "I've known Hermione Granger for 8 years. When she's working on something, I tend to assume it's going to be thorough." Harry almost smiled too. You should see the kitchen table. Kingsley leaned back in his chair, and the brief lightness of that moment gave way to something more serious, not grim, but real, the expression of a man looking at a problem from all its sides and finding that most of them were uncomfortable. I need to tell you something, he said. And you are not going to enjoy hearing it. Harry waited. 3 weeks ago I received a private communication from a senior member of the Wisingamot, I won't name them yet, not until I'm certain, suggesting that I should consider the political benefit of a formal review of Gringotts' charter custodian authority. He said it steadily, watching Harry. The framing was about accountability for magical institutions. The subtext was fairly clear. Harry felt something go cold and precise in his chest. Someone in the Wisingamot tried to get you to move against the bank. They tried to plant the idea. Subtly. In the way that people plant ideas when they want the recipient to think they thought of it themselves. Kingsley's voice was dry. I've been in intelligence work long enough to recognize the technique. Umbridge. Almost certainly behind it. Not her letter, she's too careful for that. But her idea. He looked at Harry. She doesn't know exactly what Gringotts found. But she knows something's there, and she is trying to neutralize the bank before whatever it is can surface. He paused. Which means she's moving faster than I thought. Harry sat with that for a moment. Umbridge, in her Somerset cottage with her pension and her advisory title and her quiet network of Wisingamot connections, had already identified Gringotts as the problem and started working on it. Without knowing what the charter contained. On pure defensive instinct, the way a practiced chess player fortifies a position before the threat has fully materialized. She was better at this than people gave her credit for. She'd always been better at it. The sweet voice and the pink cardigans and the plates of kittens were camouflage, and people who focused on the camouflage missed the thing underneath, which was a mind that was cold and precise and absolutely committed to maintaining systems that gave it power. She can't touch Gringotts, Harry said. Not really. Not with anything that actually sticks. No, Kingsley agreed. But she can make it politically costly for me to be seen working with Gringotts. She can make it look like collusion between the ministry and the bank, which gives her a platform to call for independent oversight, which gives her allies a formal investigative mechanism, which gives them access. He tapped the table. It's very elegant, in an awful way. Then I need to move before she does. Harry picked up the charter and put it back in the portfolio, and picked up the catalogue and the legal opinion and the genealogical ledger, and put all of it away with the efficiency of someone closing a meeting that was about to become an action. I'm going to Augusta Longbottom today. I want a Wisingamot session within the week. Kingsley blinked. Harry, that's very fast. Fast is what we have. Harry stood. If she's already trying to neutralize Gringotts, we have days, not weeks, before she figures out enough to start moving against the charter itself. I don't want to give her time to prepare a counter-argument, I don't want to give her allies time to coordinate, and I don't want to spend the next month watching her plant stories in the Prophet about my mental health or my motivations or whatever angle she decides to use. He looked at Kingsley. You said she's had 12 meetings with Wisingamot members in 6 months. Has she been building votes or building doubt? Kingsley thought about it. Both, he said. But mostly doubt. She's not trying to defeat a motion yet, she doesn't know what motion to defeat. She's been preemptively undermining credibility. Then the move is speed, Harry said. Present the charter before she can establish the narrative about it. Kingsley was quiet for a long moment, and Harry could see him thinking, not stalling, not resisting, but running the board the way experienced people did, checking the angles. He stood and picked up the Gringotts legal opinion that Harry had left on the table. This is robust, he said, reading the first page. Hermione thinks it's airtight under goblin law. She's building the wizarding common law argument separately. She'll need the ministry's own internal legal archive for that. He set it down. I'll have it open for her. He said it the way he said most things, simply, directly, as a statement of decision rather than an announcement of intention. Full access. Today. Harry looked at him. That's, Kingsley, that's significant. If anyone asks why you opened it, I'll tell them it's a routine audit review. His voice was entirely calm. Which it is. Just not the kind they'll assume. You're taking a risk. I'm doing my job. Kingsley looked at Harry with the steady gaze of the man in the back row of the photograph, the one who was grinning because he'd decided something and was at peace with having decided it. The ministry's job is to govern magical Britain lawfully. If the foundation of its law is compromised, then the first obligation is to find out and address it. That's not a risk, that's basic institutional integrity. He paused. And, frankly, if everything you're describing is accurate, I've been running a government that technically doesn't have the right to govern. I'd quite like to fix that. Harry picked up the portfolio. Then he stopped. There's something I need to tell you too, he said. Something about the charter. He hesitated not because he was unsure whether to say it, but because he was aware of what it was going to sound like and wanted to say it clearly enough that it landed right. The Caput Magicae has the authority to appoint or dismiss the Minister for Magic, including retroactively reviewing appointments. He met Kingsley's eyes. Technically, under the Charter, your position, everyone's position, is subject to my ratification. Kingsley absorbed this without moving. I want you to know that up front, Harry said. Not as a threat and not as information I'm holding over you. Just, you're helping me, and I'm not going to have you find out later that I had something I didn't tell you. The silence in the room lasted about 4 seconds. Kingsley stood very still in it, the way he'd stood still when he first read the genealogical ledger, processing something whose full dimensions were only becoming visible. I see, he said. I'm ratifying it, Harry said. Your appointment. Effective from whenever I formally acknowledge the charter. I want that stated clearly and I want it in the Wisengamot record when the session happens. Kingsley looked at him for a long moment. You didn't have to tell me that. No, Harry agreed. You could have let me find out in the Wisengamot, when you announced the ratification publicly. It would have been a significant political gesture. I know. So why tell me now? Harry picked up the portfolio and tucked it under his arm. Because gestures are for crowds. This is a conversation between two people. And I don't think people who are helping each other should be managing each other. He held out his hand. Kingsley looked at it, and for just a moment something moved behind his eyes, not sentiment exactly, but the genuine human response to being treated honestly when you'd prepared yourself for the alternative. He reached out and shook it. I'll have the legal archive opened by this afternoon, Kingsley said. Tell Hermione to present my credentials at the Department of Magical Records. They'll give her everything she asks for. She'll ask for a lot. I know she will. He picked up his quill and returned to his parchment, already writing. Go see Augusta. Don't let her make you tea, she'll keep you there for 2 hours if you accept the tea. Harry was almost at the door when Kingsley spoke again without looking up from his writing. Harry. Harry turned. The photograph on the wall, Kingsley said. The one from training. You've looked at it every time you've been in this office. You were grinning, Harry said. Nobody else was. Sergeant Pemberton had just told me I'd failed the field assessment. He kept writing, his voice unhurried. I knew he was wrong. I knew it because I'd done the work, and I knew what the work was worth, and no assessment was going to change that. He looked up. I grinned because I'd decided I wasn't going to let someone else's evaluation of me become my evaluation of myself. He held Harry's gaze for precisely 2 seconds. Thought you'd appreciate knowing that. Harry looked at the photograph for a moment, the back row, the grin, the 22 other people who were looking at the camera with the performance of seriousness. I do, he said. Thanks, Kingsley. He went out. The ministry corridors received him with the usual indifferent bustle, witches and wizards moving between departments, memo birds fluttering overhead in the institutional amber light, the whole organized human machinery of a government that had been running itself imperfectly and persistently for centuries. Harry moved through it without stopping, without catching anyone's eye, the portfolio tight under his arm. He took the lift up to the atrium, and in the lift he pulled out the ring box, opened it, and looked at the dark stone in its setting. Deep green. Deep as the color in the genealogical ledger where the bloodline ran back through 1,000 years to a man who had apparently had very strong feelings about how to set up a functioning government. He closed the box and put it back. Not yet. Augusta Longbottom lived in Derbyshire, in a house that had been in the family since the 16th century and showed it in the very best way: heavy stone, deep fireplaces, gardens that were aggressively well maintained in the manner of someone who took their grounds personally. Harry apparat to her gate and walked up the path, noticing that the flowers on either side were in perfect order and that there were no fewer than 3 wardlines crossing the path beneath his feet, each of which registered his presence with the delicate thoroughness of someone who had lived through 2 wizarding wars and taken notes. He knocked. The door opened almost immediately, which suggested she'd been watching either through the window or by magical means or both. Augusta Longbottom stood in the doorway in full witch's dress, complete with hat, and regarded Harry with the particular brand of sharp attention that had apparently been the defining feature of every Longbottom family member for the past 500 years. She was 73 years old. She looked like someone who found age faintly beneath her. "Harry Potter," she said. "Mrs. Longbottom." "Augusta." She corrected it automatically, the way she always did, and stood back to let him in. "You don't own an owl, apparently, or you've decided that owls are for people with more patience than you currently have." She closed the door behind him. "Neville told me you were conducting an inheritance audit." Harry looked at her sharply. "When did you speak to Neville?" "Yesterday evening. He mentioned it because he thought I should know." She led him through a hall full of serious portraiture and into a sitting room that had the quality of a room that had been arranged exactly the way it was going to be arranged and was not interested in suggestions. "He doesn't know what the audit involves, before you ask. He simply knows that you were at Gringotts and seemed, in his words, unusually focused. Neville reads me well. He reads everyone well. He learned it early." She gestured at the chair across from hers with the authority of someone who had never said please when a gesture would do, and sat. "Now. Tell me why Harry Potter is standing in my sitting room at 11 in the morning without an appointment, looking like a man who has found something that he's still deciding how to carry." Harry sat down. He opened the portfolio. He put the charter on the table between them. Augusta Longbottom picked it up. She read the first line, just the first line, the declaration of founding and authority, and went so completely still that for a moment she seemed less like a person and more like a very well-dressed statue. She read the whole document. Then she read it again. Then she set it down with the careful deliberation of someone handling an artifact, reached up and adjusted her hat, and looked at Harry Potter with the full force of 73 years of wizarding political attention. "The Merlin Charter," she said. "It's real. It's real. We thought, the Custodes Antiqa thought it was real. 40 years ago. But the evidence was incomplete and the consensus," she stopped. Looked at the document again. "Where was it?" "Vault 0 at Gringotts. Sealed since 1289. And you are," she looked at the genealogical ledger he slid across next, scanned it with the speed of someone fluent in exactly this kind of document. Her finger found the bottom entry without difficulty. She looked up. "Lily Evans." "My mother," Harry said. "Yes." Augusta sat with this for a moment, and something moved across her face that was old and complex and had nothing performative about it. She had known, Harry understood then, had known or suspected enough to have looked for it, which meant the Custodes Antiques investigation had been serious once, before something had redirected or suppressed it. "Lucius Malfoy," she said, as though she'd followed his thought. "He was the one who determined the evidence was insufficient. He was very thorough about it. Very persuasive. Her voice was precise and cold. I never entirely believed him. You were in the Custodes Antiqa. I was. She met his eyes. I left in 1989 when it became clear that the Society's purpose had shifted from genuine historical inquiry to something more, custodial. In the sense of preservation rather than discovery. She looked at the charter again. They weren't trying to find the truth. They were trying to make sure they were the only ones who could control what the truth turned out to be. I need your help, Harry said. I need a formal Wisengamot session within the week. I need the charter presented publicly, on record, before Umbridge can establish a counter-narrative. Augusta Longbottom looked at him for a long moment. In her eyes was the calculation of someone who had been playing this game for 50 years and was accustomed to the pace that long games demanded. He could see her adjusting, feel her shifting from the long timeline to the short one. A week, she said. Maybe less. Umbridge. She's already moving. She was quiet for 30 seconds. Harry did not fill the silence, because with Augusta Longbottom, filling her silences was something you did once and then learned not to do again. I can convene an emergency session, she said finally. Under Clause 7 of the Wisengamot Founding Charter, the pre-ministry one, the one that actually does have legal authority. She almost smiled. I've been waiting 30 years for a reason to invoke Clause 7. It requires a matter of fundamental constitutional significance. She looked at Harry's portfolio. I believe this qualifies. I believe so too. I'll want 3 days to brief my allies and review the full documentation. She held out her hand across the table. Not for the portfolio, for the charter. May I? Harry slid it back to her. She held it with both hands. Looked at it as though looking through it to something behind it, some version of a world she'd been trying to build for 50 years and had been blocked from at every turn. When she looked back at Harry, something had settled in her face that was not quite peace but was adjacent to resolution. There are things in this charter that go beyond the charter, she said. You understand that. The Vox Communis. The Arbitrium. Restoring them means dismantling structures that enormous numbers of people have vested interests in maintaining. She looked at him steadily. Are you prepared for what those people will do? Yes, Harry said. Are you prepared for what it will cost you personally? Your reputation, your privacy, what little of it you have, your relationships with people who will disagree with your choices even if they agree with the principle. Yes. She held his gaze, reading it the way she'd read the genealogical ledger, looking for the real information beneath the surface presentation. Whatever she found apparently satisfied her, because she put the charter down and sat back. Don't accept tea, she said, if you have somewhere to be. I have a tendency to talk when I'm excited about something, and I am. She looked at the charter once more, briefly, extremely excited about this. Harry stood. 3 days, he said. Then I need that session. You'll have it. She rose and walked him to the door with the brisk certainty of someone transitioning immediately from reception to action. And Harry. She stopped at the door, hand on the frame, and looked at him with something that was about as warm as Augusta Longbottom ever got, which was actually quite warm if you knew where to look. Your mother had extraordinary magic in her. I met her once, at a ministry function in 1979. She was 20 years old and she had an argument with Bartemius Crouch Sr. about being classification law that made him go quite red. The something in her face resolved into a smile that was small and genuine. I thought then that she was going to be formidable. I was right. She simply ran out of time. Harry held that for a moment. Thank you, he said. Augusta. She nodded once, and closed the door, and Harry walked back down the path between the perfect flowers and past the ward lines and out through the gate into the pale Derbyshire afternoon. He stood in the lane for a moment with the portfolio under his arm and the afternoon air cold against his face, and thought about his mother arguing with Bartemius Crouch Sr. at 20 years old, not knowing what she was or where the blood in her ran back to, not knowing that her son would stand in a garden in Derbyshire 30 years later with the evidence of it in a leather portfolio. He thought about Merlin's letter. The charter gives you authority. Authority is not wisdom. Use the first only when you have found the second. He thought about Kingsley and his photograph. About Hermione and the kitchen table. About Ragnok and 9 centuries of patient custodianship. About Augusta and 50 years of trying to fix something with inadequate tools. He pulled out his wand and disapparated. In Somerset, a tawny owl landed on a cottage windowsill with a reply to a letter. Umbridge untied it, smoothed it open, read 2 lines, and allowed herself a small sound of satisfaction. Her contact in the Wisingamot had confirmed a rumor about an unusual volume of ministry archival requests. The source traced back to Gringotts. She picked up her quill and began writing a second letter, not to the Wisingamot this time, but to the law firm that held a retainer from the Officium Protectionis. She wrote 4 words in her small, precise hand. Begin the second phase. She sealed it, fed it to the waiting owl, and returned to her tea, and smiled the smile that was just a shape the mouth made, and outside her window the Somerset afternoon was perfectly ordinary and entirely unaware of what was preparing itself within it. Chapter 4, The Old Blood. The knock came at 7 in the morning. Harry was already up, standing at the kitchen counter with coffee and Hermione's latest set of notes. She'd come back from Gringotts at midnight, dropped 40 pages of dense research on the table, eaten half a piece of toast, and gone to sleep on the sitting room sofa because she'd said the walk upstairs felt ambitious. The notes covered the full institutional catalogue in extraordinary detail, the Ministry Legal Archive cross-reference Kingsley had opened, and a separate section titled Officium Protectionis, preliminary analysis that Harry had read 3 times and found increasingly alarming each time. The knock was sharp. 3 precise raps, a pause, then 2 more. Not the pattern he and his friends used, but not random either, too deliberate for random, the kind of knock that communicated I have considered how to knock on this door and this is the conclusion I reached. Harry picked up his wand from the counter and went to the hall. He checked the ward monitor he'd installed after the war, a small disc set into the doorframe that showed a faint impression of whoever stood outside, like a photograph taken in poor light. The figure was tall, dressed in dark traveling robes, and standing with the particular upright stillness of someone who had been raised to consider good posture a moral virtue. Harry opened the door. Draco Malfoy stood on the step of number 12, Grimmauld Place, holding a rectangular wooden box under one arm. He looked, Harry's first thought was tired, and his second was older than 20, which they both were now but which sat on Draco differently than it sat on most people their age. The war had taken things from all of them. From Draco it had taken the certainty that his family's position was the natural order of things, and without that certainty he looked like a building that had had its internal scaffolding removed. Still standing. Figuring out what to stand on instead. He also looked like he hadn't slept. Malfoy, Harry said. Potter. A pause. I know it's early. I'm up. I know. I've been standing here for 20 minutes trying to decide if this was a catastrophically bad idea. He looked at Harry with the level directness that had replaced, over the past 18 months, the performative contempt of their school years. I decided it probably was. I came anyway. Harry stepped back from the door. Draco came in, looked at the hall with the unreadable expression he used for things he was evaluating, and followed Harry to the kitchen. He stopped in the doorway, took in the 40 pages of Hermione's research spread across the table, and whatever remaining doubt he'd been carrying appeared to resolve itself. She's already working on it, he said. Harry poured a second cup of coffee, set it on the table, and sat. Sit down and tell me why you're here. Draco sat. He put the wooden box on the table between them and didn't touch his coffee. Before I say anything else, I want to be clear about something. I'm not here because I feel guilty. I'm not here to apologize for my family or perform some kind of redemption that makes you feel better about me. He said it straight, without aggression, the way someone states terms before a negotiation. I'm here because I have information that's relevant to what you're doing, and because the people currently trying to stop you are people I have very specific reasons to want stopped. Umbridge, Harry said. Draco's jaw tightened fractionally. Among others. What's in the box? Draco put his hand flat on the lid. My father's papers. Specifically, the ones he kept separate from the main Malfoy archive, the ones he considered too significant to store where ministry officials or other family members might access them during one of his various legal difficulties. He looked at Harry. He hid them in the east wing of the manor. I found them 6 months ago when I was going through the estate. A pause. He's in Azkaban. He won't be looking for them. Harry looked at the box. What's in them that's relevant? Evidence that he knew about the Merlin Charter. Evidence that he actively worked to suppress knowledge of it. Draco's voice was controlled and flat. Evidence that he wasn't alone. He opened the box. Inside were perhaps 60 documents, letters, research notes, legal memoranda, several pages in what Harry recognized as the same archaic script as the charter itself. They were organized with the meticulous precision of a man who treated information the way other people treated gold, something to be catalogued, secured, and leveraged at the appropriate moment. Draco picked up the top letter and held it out. Harry took it. The handwriting was Lucius Malfoy's. He'd seen enough documents from the man's trials to recognize it. The recipient's name at the top was abbreviated to initials only, DJU. Which was not particularly subtle. The audit risk has been managed for now. The lineage trace requires 2 missing Muggle records that I have ensured will not be located through standard channels. The goblin side remains the greater concern. Ragnok's predecessor was persuaded. Ragnok himself has declined all approaches and I do not recommend further attempts. He is not the sort that responds to persuasion in the financial sense. Our position therefore depends on the heir failing to present themselves voluntarily. Given the current state of the Potter boy, I believe this remains the most probable outcome. He has shown no interest in the vault correspondence and is, by all accounts, in the business of repairing motorcycles and avoiding attention. We have time. DJU, I recommend activating the second instrument if the audit notices escalate. The officium is ready. Harry read it twice. Then he set it down. He tried to bribe Ragnok, he said. And the goblin before him. And probably the one before that. Draco picked up another document. He's been managing this for 20 years. Not just the charter, the whole question of pre-ministry legal authority. He knew what the charter meant, and he knew that if it was ever properly excavated, it would void every power structure he'd spent his life operating within. He set the document down. My father is a lot of things, most of them unpleasant. But he is not stupid. He understood that the ministry's authority was the thing his entire world depended on, regardless of whether Voldemort won or lost. If the ministry's authority was legally void, then everything built on top of it, including the Malfoy family's position within it, was equally void. So he worked to keep it buried, Harry said. He's been working to keep it buried since before I was born. Draco said it without visible emotion, which Harry was beginning to understand was not the same as feeling nothing. He funded 3 separate efforts to acquire or destroy Muggle genealogical records that contained gaps in the Potter lineage trace. He had 2 Gringotts archivists removed from their positions using ministry employment regulations he'd helped draft specifically for that purpose. He arranged for the Custodes Antiquities internal research to be formally discredited in 1989. He paused. Augusta Longbottom left the society that year. Because he discredited the research she'd been building. Because he convinced enough members that the evidence was insufficient, yes. Draco's voice was precise. And then he destroyed the original documentation that would have proved it wasn't. He picked up a third letter, held it out. This is from Umbridge. From 1994. Harry took it. The handwriting was small and extremely even, each letter formed with the careful uniformity of someone who equated controlled handwriting with controlled thought. It was short. L. The officium has been established under the trust instruments we discussed. The founding documents are sealed under the Ministerial Privacy Act, Section 12, which as you know requires a sitting minister's countersignature to unseal. Fudge has signed without reading, as anticipated. The instrument is sound. The specific application you described, a challenge to any future charter claim on grounds of institutional continuity and de facto legitimacy, has been incorporated into the officium's founding purposes. We are ready. As long as the position remains dormant, we will never need to use it. But if it should become active, Harry put the letter down with the particular care of someone handling something they would very much like to throw across the room. She built a legal trap, he said. The officium protectionis, it's not just a trust for preserving the ministry. It's a legal instrument specifically designed to challenge a charter claim. A preemptive legal challenge, Draco said. Filed in 1994, sealed under ministerial privacy, and funded quietly through ministry-adjacent accounts for the past 32 years. He looked at Harry. She's been ready for you for longer than you've known you needed to be ready for her. Harry sat back. He thought about Umbridge reading the letter that morning in Somerset. Begin the second phase. She'd sent that letter before Harry had even left Kingsley's office. Before he'd spoken to Augusta. She'd seen enough of the audit trail to know that the charter had likely been found, and she'd started moving. What does the second phase actually do? Harry asked. The legal challenge, what are its teeth? Draco reached into the box and pulled out a thick document bound in official-looking paper with the ministry's seal on it. The Officium Protectionis was established as a legal guardian of institutional continuity under wizarding common law. Its founding instrument gives it standing to file an injunction against any challenge to the ministry's authority on the grounds that, and I'm quoting directly here, the established and continuous exercise of governmental authority constitutes a legitimate claim superior to any dormant historical charter whose heir has not exercised rights within a reasonable period of time. He set it down. Reasonable period of time is defined in the document as 200 years. The charter has been dormant for 900, Harry said. Which is 4.5 times the defined threshold. Draco's voice was cool. Under wizarding common law, the officium has a case. Not a slam-dunk case, not a case that would necessarily win, but a case that could take years to resolve and during which the charter would be in legal limbo. He looked at Harry. Which is what they want. Not victory, just delay. Keep it contested long enough that the political will to act on it dissipates. Harry looked at the letter on the table. Then at Draco. Why are you bringing me this? It was the real question. He'd asked it functionally before, why are you here, but now he asked it fully. Draco heard the difference. He was quiet for a moment, turning his coffee cup in his hands without drinking from it. My father chose a side, Draco said. Multiple times. He chose it because it protected the things he valued, and the things he valued were position and blood status and the particular version of the world that put him near the top of it. He served a Dark Lord for that. He helped suppress a legal document that could have changed everything for that. He set the cup down. I watched what that got him. I watched what it got my family. I watched what it got my mother, who deserved considerably better than the life she was handed. His jaw tightened. I spent most of 6th year terrified out of my mind because I was the instrument of a plan that was always going to get someone killed, and I couldn't see any way out of it, and nobody around me was going to admit that what we were doing was wrong because admitting it was wrong meant admitting that everything we built our identity on was wrong. He looked at Harry. So no, he said. I'm not here for redemption. I'm here because I watched my family align with people who valued power over everything else, and I would like, before I'm 30, to do one thing that was actually useful for a reason that isn't about protecting Malfoy interests. A pause. Also, Umbridge is on the list of people who should be properly held accountable and so far isn't, and that bothers me more than I expected it to. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Draco met his gaze without flinching, and without performing anything. No apology, no appeal. Just the statement of where he stood and why, offered without decoration. Umbridge oversaw the torture of students at Hogwarts, Harry said. I know. She ran the Muggle-born Registration Commission during the war. I know. She signed orders sending people to Dementors for interrogations that weren't interrogations. I know. Draco's voice didn't change. I also know that she did all of that while smiling and speaking in complete sentences and filling her office with photographs of kittens, which is somehow worse. He met Harry's eyes. She believed she was right. That's what makes her dangerous. The Death Eaters I grew up around mostly knew they were doing wrong and chose to do it anyway. Umbridge thinks she's protecting something important. People who believe they're righteous don't stop. Harry thought about the Officium Protectionis. Built in 1994, sealed, funded, sitting in legal amber for 32 years waiting for this exact moment. I need to understand the legal instrument fully, Harry said. The founding document, I need Hermione to see it. I assumed. Draco picked it up and held it out. I made a copy last night. This is the copy. The original is in the box and you can have the whole box. He set it on the table. There's more in there, correspondence between my father and 4 current Wizengamot members, going back to the 90s. I'd suggest knowing who they are before you walk into a session. Harry took the bound document and the box. 4 members. Do you know which way they'll vote? Against you, Draco said. If Umbridge has them, they'll vote against. The question is whether she has enough of them for a blocking majority. He paused. Currently, without any counter-pressure, I think she probably does. Harry turned this over. The Wizengamot had 50 members. A simple majority could acknowledge the charter. But Umbridge didn't need to win, she just needed to keep the vote from happening cleanly, to introduce enough procedural challenge and political noise that the session became a contested mess rather than a decisive moment. Who votes with you? Harry asked. Draco blinked. Slightly. Me. You clearly know the Wizengamot well enough to assess the numbers. Which way are they sitting? Draco stopped, recalibrated. Augusta Longbottom is with you. She carries 2 or 3 votes that follow her lead on constitutional matters. Griselda Marchbanks, if she's well enough to attend, will side with historical evidence over political convenience. She's 89 and does not care who she offends. He thought for a moment. Tiberius Ogden resigned the Wizengamot in our 5th year over Fudge's interference with Hogwarts. He came back after the war but he's been looking for a reason to push back against the old guard. He'll recognize the charter for what it is. He tapped the table. The younger members are less predictable. Most of them were appointed after the war and don't have entrenched positions yet. New appointments, Harry said. After the war. Kingsley made them. Several of them, yes. And Kingsley's ratification is the first thing I'm announcing when I acknowledge the charter publicly. Harry looked at Draco. Which means those members know their minister is behind this before they vote. Draco looked at him for a moment. Then something moved in his face that was not quite a smile but was its first cousin. That's actually quite clever. Hermione's framing, Harry said honestly. I thought of the sequence. She thought of what it meant. Draco picked up his coffee, finally, and drank. There's one more thing in the box, he said. At the bottom. An envelope. He didn't reach for it. I haven't opened it. It's addressed to you. Harry reached into the box, moved the documents aside, and found it. A plain cream envelope, sealed, not with the Malfoy crest but with a plain circle of dark wax. On the front, in Lucius Malfoy's handwriting, H.J. Potter, to be delivered upon activation of the charter claim. Harry turned it over. He prepared this. He prepared for every contingency, Draco said. Even the one where he lost. Did you read the outside? No. Draco looked at the envelope with the expression of someone who has decided to stop trying to predict what their father would do because the answer is always surprising and never comfortable. It's yours. He wrote it for you. Harry broke the seal and opened it. Inside was a single sheet, dense with Lucius Malfoy's cramped handwriting, but Harry read it standing at the kitchen table and his expression didn't give much away while he did. When he finished he folded it, put it in his jacket pocket, and didn't comment on it directly. Draco, to his credit, didn't ask. "I need your help with something specific," Harry said. "The Officium Protectionis filing, it's the key instrument. If Umbridge activates it in the Wisengamot session, it introduces a legal challenge that could bog the whole thing down for months." He looked at Draco. "Your father funded it originally. That makes the Malfoy family a connected party. Do you have standing to file a countermotion?" Draco went still. "You want me to formally oppose something my father built?" "I want to know if you can," Harry said. "Whether you want to is your business." Draco was quiet for a moment. Outside the kitchen window, London was getting on with its morning, the noise of the city going about itself with the cheerful obliviousness Harry had noticed before, the world that didn't know yet. Under Wisengamot procedural rules, Draco said slowly, a party connected to an instrument can file for its dissolution if they can demonstrate it was established fraudulently or for a purpose contrary to magical law. He looked at Harry. The officium was established using ministerial privacy seals that Umbridge obtained through Fudge, through a minister who is now discredited, whose term has been retroactively reviewed, and whose administrative decisions are under challenge. His voice was measured and precise. There's an argument that the privacy seal itself is void because the minister who granted it was operating without, what did Hermione call it? Charter authority, Harry said. Charter authority. Draco looked at the officium document. Which means the founding documents aren't legally sealed anymore. Which means any party can review them. Which means the instrument is open to challenge. He met Harry's eyes. If I file the dissolution motion the same day you present the charter claim, it creates a procedural conflict that effectively neutralizes the officium before Umbridge can activate it. Can you do it in time? We have 3 days before the session. 2.5, Draco corrected, glancing at the clock on the kitchen wall. The filing has to be submitted to the Wisengamot clerk before noon on the day of the session to be recognized. He looked at the officium document. I'll need the full founding document, not the copy. You'll have it. Harry looked at the box. I'll get Ragnok to release the original from the financial records. He'll have documentation of the founding transactions, that's supporting evidence for the fraud argument. Draco nodded once. Then he said, without quite looking up, "You're not surprised I came." "I was a little surprised," Harry said. "But not much." "Why not much?" Harry considered being diplomatic about it and decided not to bother. "Because you've been building towards something for 2 years and it was clearly not going to be the Aurors and it was clearly not going to be sitting quietly at the manor pretending the war didn't happen, and this," he gestured vaguely at the table, at the box, at the morning and everything it contained, "this is the kind of thing that you do when you've decided that the system that raised you is wrong and you want to demonstrate that at a level that actually matters." Draco looked at him with an expression that was hard to read, not because it was hidden but because it was genuinely multiple things at once. "You've thought about me," he said. "I've thought about everyone who came out of the war not knowing what to do next," Harry said. "There are a lot of us." The kitchen door swung open and Hermione walked in wearing yesterday's clothes and the expression of someone who had woken up still in the middle of a thought. She stopped. She looked at Draco. She looked at the box on the table. She looked at Harry. "Tell me that's what I think it is," she said. "Lucius Malfoy's private papers," Harry said. "Including the Officium Protectionis founding document, correspondence between Malfoy and Umbridge going back to 1994, and the identities of 4 Wisengamot members in their pocket." He paused. "And a letter to me that I'll tell you about later." Hermione walked to the table, picked up the officium document, and began reading. She read 2 pages, stopped, went back to the beginning, and read the full thing. The coffee she hadn't had yet went unaddressed. When she looked up, she looked at Draco. You filed this with the Wisengamot clerk? Not yet. We need it filed before the session. The dissolution motion needs to be simultaneous with the charter presentation, otherwise she activates at the moment Harry starts talking and we spend the session fighting the procedural challenge instead of making the actual case. She was already moving to the table, sorting through her research. I can build the fraud argument using the ministerial records. Fudge's signing history is a matter of public record, and the officium countersignature is dated within the same period as 3 other Fudge signatures that have already been formally challenged in post-war reviews. She paused. Draco, I need you to formally authorize the dissolution motion as a connected party to the original instrument. Your signature, your Wisengamot standing as a Malfoy heir. I'll do it, Draco said. Hermione registered that without visible reaction, she was already moving, already building, the intellectual gears fully engaged. Then she stopped and looked at him again. Thank you, she said. For bringing this. Draco looked faintly taken aback by the directness of it. Right, he said. Yes. Don't say yes like that, Hermione said, turning back to her notes. You made a significant choice and you should be able to receive a thank you without looking like it's being pointed at you. Harry watched Draco take that in and decide, apparently, that she was right. They worked through the morning and into the afternoon. Hermione mapped the officium instrument against the Fudge signing records, building the fraud argument with the focused efficiency of someone who had prepared for this specific kind of problem by spending her life preparing for every problem. Draco produced from memory an account of several Wisengamot procedural rules that nobody else in the room had known existed, which confirmed Harry's suspicion that Lucius Malfoy had raised his son the way military families sometimes raised their children, in the complete and detailed landscape of the battlefield they expected him to inherit. Harry spent the morning on the 4 names. The Wisengamot members Lucius had corresponded with, who were now presumably taking direction from Umbridge. He read the letters, mapped the relationships, and then sat for a long while just thinking, in the way that had become his most effective tool since the war ended, not the frantic thinking of someone managing a crisis, but the still, deliberate thinking of someone choosing the next step. She'll come at my credibility, he said, not to anyone specifically. Not the charter's legal validity, that's what the officium is for. But she'll have a personal angle. Something about my fitness to hold authority. Something about the war, or my age, or my lack of formal education in magical law. She already started, Hermione said, without looking up. Look at the 4th page of my officium analysis. Harry turned to it. There, in Hermione's neat handwriting, note, Umbridge has had 2 private communications with Rita Skeeter in the past 10 days. Based on the documented pattern of their previous collaborations, Ref. OWL year, 1995-96, likely purpose is prepositioning a narrative in the press. Harry looked at the note. Skeeter. She'll have a story ready to run the moment the charter becomes public, Hermione said. Probably framing it as Harry Potter's power grab. Or Harry Potter's mental instability. Or both. She turned a page. We need our own press, and we need it ready to run simultaneously. Luna, Harry said. Hermione looked up. Draco looked up. The Quibbler, Harry said. Luna has had the full story of every major event in the past 4 years before anyone else, and she's published things the Prophet refused to touch. He paused. And she would not, under any circumstances, allow herself to be used as a vehicle for someone else's narrative. She's the cleanest press contact we have. She's also going to illustrate the article with Nargles, Draco said. She's going to illustrate it with the truth, Harry said. Which is more than Skeeter will. Draco was quiet for a moment, turning a letter over in his hands. Potter, he said. I want to be in the session. You will be. I need you to file the dissolution motion. I mean I want to be present for it. In the chamber. He looked at Harry directly. I know what that means, politically. A Malfoy sitting visibly behind the charter claim. I know what it'll look like. What will it look like? Like I'm choosing a side. He held Harry's gaze. Which is precisely what I'm doing. Harry looked at him. The morning light from the kitchen window caught the box on the table, the 60 documents inside it, the 60 decisions Draco had made before knocking on this door, all of which could be condensed into the single decision he was announcing now. Yes, Harry said. You'll be in the session. Draco nodded. Picked up his coffee. Drank it. At 2 in the afternoon Harry went upstairs, sat on the edge of his bed, and took Lucius Malfoy's letter from his jacket pocket. He read it again. Potter, if you are reading this, several things are true. The charter is real. You have found it. And I have failed to prevent it from surfacing, which means the 23 years I spent managing this particular problem have reached their natural conclusion. I am writing this in the understanding that you are not like me, which I mean neither as compliment nor insult but as simple assessment. You are, however, more like me than you are comfortable knowing. You are strategic. You are patient when you have to be. And you understand that power is not the point, the structures that generate and transmit power are the point. I understood this. I chose to use that understanding to preserve a system that served my interests. You will make different choices. What I want you to know is this, the officium protectionis is not the only instrument. I built redundancies. Not all of them are in papers you will find, and not all of them are things that Dolores knows about. I built some of them against her, in case she ever became a liability rather than an asset, which I always considered probable. There is a second sealed document in Gringotts. Not my vault, the Custodes Antiques institutional account, which was never closed and to which I remain the sole signatory. It contains documentation of every suppression effort made against the Charter in the past century, including actions taken by individuals who are currently respected figures in Wizarding Britain. Some of those individuals will sit in the Wisengamot session you are undoubtedly planning. I am not giving you this because I am reformed. I am giving you this because the alternative is watching Dolores win, and I find I prefer you to her. Do with it what you think is right. You always did. Harry sat with the letter for a long time. Then he went downstairs and stood in the kitchen doorway. Hermione was at the table. Draco was at the table. Creature was making food that nobody had asked for, in the manner of someone who understood that important work required fuel even when the people doing it forgot this. There's a second Gringotts document, Harry said. In the Custodes Antiques institutional account. Lucius Malfoy is the sole signatory. They both looked at him. I need to go back to Ragnok this afternoon, Harry said. With Draco, because the account is technically Custodes Antiques property and he may have standing as a former junior member. He looked at Draco. You were a junior member. Your father arranged it when you were 12. Draco looked like he'd been handed a piece of information he was still processing. He told you that in the letter. He told me that in the letter. Draco looked at the table for a moment, and the expression on his face was the one he used when something his father had done turned out to serve a purpose his father had not entirely intended. All right, he said. I'll come. Hermione, Harry said. The 4 Wisengamot members in Lucius's letters. There's a chance some of them are also documented in the second file. If they are, then we don't just have evidence of the charter suppression, Hermione said, already seeing it. We have evidence of their specific participation in it. Which means in the session, if they try to vote against the charter on institutional grounds, we can demonstrate that their objection is not principled, it's self-protective. She looked at Harry. That changes the entire dynamic of the vote. I know, Harry said. She stopped. Harry, that's devastating. Yes, he said. It is. He picked up the ring box from where Hermione had left it on the counter. He opened it, looked at the dark stone, turned it once in the afternoon light. Deep green. The color of the genealogical ledger at the top of the column. The color of Merlin's line running through 11 centuries to this kitchen on this Tuesday. He put it in his jacket pocket, next to Lucius Malfoy's letter. 2 days, he said. We have 2 days. We'll be ready, Hermione said. Draco looked at the box of his father's papers on the table, 60 documents, 23 years of meticulous suppression, handed across a kitchen table to the person they'd been designed to contain, and said nothing. But something in his posture had changed since he'd walked in that morning. Some tension that had been there was gone, or at least different, as though a weight hadn't been lifted but had been shifted, from somewhere it was simply heavy to somewhere it could be carried without breaking him. Harry went to get his coat. Outside, London went on being London, and in Somerset a woman in pink was writing a third letter, and in Gringotts a very old goblin was waiting with the patience of his profession and his people for a knock on a particular door, and in the Wisengamot's administrative office a schedule was about to be rewritten to accommodate an emergency session convened under Clause 7. And the world that didn't know yet went about its business for one more afternoon, for one more evening, for one more ordinary night. Its last ordinary night, as it turned out. Chapter 5. The Wisengamot. The emergency session was called for 10 o'clock on a Thursday morning, and by 8:30 the corridors outside the Wisengamot chamber were already busy in the way that government buildings get busy when something significant is about to happen and nobody's been told what it is, which is to say, frantically, and with a great deal of performed casualness from people who were absolutely not casually there at all. Harry arrived at 8:45. He came through the ministry atrium the way he always came, no announcement, no escort, cap down, moving with purpose, but today the cap stayed in his pocket. He walked through the atrium in plain dark robes, the portfolio under his arm, the ring box in his inside pocket, and the particular quality of stillness that had settled over him since he'd woken at 5 that morning and lain in the dark of Grimmauld Place and simply decided. Not what to do. He'd known what to do for 3 days. He'd decided how to be while he did it. Which was a different thing and, in his experience, more important. He was done being managed. Done being processed by institutions and presented back to the public in whatever shape the institution found most useful. Done fighting carefully and strategically and making himself smaller so that he didn't frighten people who were already frightened. The charter was real. The claim was valid. The work they'd done over the past 72 hours was thorough, documented, and legally sound by both goblin and wizarding common law standards. He was going to walk into that chamber and he was going to be exactly what he was, and if that was too much for some people, they were going to have to manage that themselves. He spotted Hermione by the lifts, talking with a ministry legal official in low urgent tones, a stack of documents under her arm that was thick enough to use as a step stool. She caught his eye over the official's shoulder and gave him the look that meant I have everything, go, and he nodded once and kept moving. Draco was near the chamber entrance. He was wearing formal robes, dark charcoal, and he was standing alone with the kind of deliberate steadiness that meant he'd already handled 3 attempts at conversation this morning and was done accommodating them. He fell into step beside Harry without a word when Harry passed him. She's inside, Draco said quietly. She came in at 8. Sat in the gallery section reserved for invited observers. Augusta's people tried to have her removed and were told she has valid observer status as an advisor to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The advisory title she never relinquished, Harry said. Right. Augusta is preparing a motion to challenge the observer status, but it'll take 20 minutes of procedural argument, and that's 20 minutes of the session given over to Umbridge before anything else has happened. Harry thought about it for 3 steps. Leave it. Let her sit in the gallery. Draco glanced at him sideways. You want her in the room. I want her where I can see her, Harry said. And I want her to see everything that happens. Every moment of it. He paused. She spent 30 years in the dark, arranging things. Today she gets to watch from the gallery. They reached the chamber doors. 2 Aurors flanked them, junior ones, both of whom recognized Harry and both of whom managed, with professional effort, to maintain neutral expressions. Harry nodded to them. One nodded back. The other opened the door. The Wisengamot chamber was a wide semicircular room with tiered seating that rose in concentric arcs from a central floor, the seats draped in plum-colored robes for formal session. It was built for weight, the stone, the light from the overhead windows that came in at a downward angle giving everything the quality of considered judgment, the particular hush of a room accustomed to decisions being made inside it. It was already half full, which for 8:45 was remarkable. Word had moved through the ministry the way significant words always did, through the gaps between official channels, carried by the particular frequency of genuine news that bureaucratic communication had never learned to suppress. 50 seats in the Ark. 41 were occupied by 8:55. Harry didn't sit in the central floor position immediately. He stood near the door with Draco and watched the room fill. He identified Umbridge in the gallery without difficulty. She was sitting in the third row of the observer section, dressed in mauve, not quite the pink of her Hogwarts years, darker, more deliberately understated, the pink of someone who had learned to manage their presentation. She was holding a small notebook and she was still, and she was watching the room with the focused attention of a woman who had been planning for this for 32 years and was now reading the opening positions before the first move was made. She hadn't looked at Harry yet. She was assessing the chamber, the members, the arrangements. When she did look at him, and she would, he was certain, she was too thorough not to, he intended to be looking directly at her. Augusta Longbottom swept into the chamber at 2 minutes to 10 in full formal robes, the ancestral Longbottom chain of office at her collar, and her expression was what Harry could only describe as constitutionally ready. She moved to the senior moderator's position at the apex of the arc with the certainty of someone who had stood there before and considered it a reasonable place to be. She called the session to order at exactly 10 o'clock by striking the floor once with a gnarled staff that Harry suspected was older than most of the members present. Emergency session of the full Wisengamot, convened under Clause 7 of the Wisengamot's founding charter, which requires a matter of fundamental constitutional significance. Her voice carried the room without effort, the way experienced voices do. The petitioner is Harry James Potter. The matter is the presentation of a primary foundation charter claim. All members will be given the opportunity to speak after the initial presentation. Procedural challenges will be recognized after the substantive presentation is complete. She looked at the chamber. This is not negotiable. Across the arc, 3 members shifted. One of them, Hargreaves, Harry noted, one of the 4 names from Lucius's letters, made a sound that was approximately a protest. Not negotiable, Edric, Augusta said, without looking at him, and he stopped. Harry walked to the center of the floor. 50 sets of eyes and the gallery. The room had the particular quality of held breath that happened before something that everyone felt was significant and nobody wanted to be the first to react to. He stood in the center and looked at the arc of the Wisengamot, and then, deliberately, clearly, making sure she saw it, he looked at the gallery. Found Umbridge's face. Held her gaze for exactly 2 seconds. She met it steadily. He'd expected that. She was not the kind of person who looked away. He looked back to the chamber. The charter, he said. His voice was level and unhurried. The copy authenticated by Gringotts' notarial seal is in the hands of the Wisengamot clerk. I'd like the original to be displayed. A nod from Augusta. The clerk, a small, efficient goblin who had been introduced to Harry before the session as Gringotts' formal representative, a fact that had clearly surprised several members, produced the original charter from a secured case and placed it on the central display stand. The old parchment was visible from every tier of the arc, and the seals at the bottom caught the overhead light and held it. The chamber was very quiet. The Foundation Charter of Magical Britain, Harry said. Established in the year 932 by Merlin Emrys, known to most of you as Merlin. The document creates the office of Caput Magicae, places all of Magical Britain's founding institutions under that authority, and establishes that authority as hereditary, specific to a single identified bloodline, and held in trust by Gringotts in the absence of a confirmed heir. He looked at the arc, the heir has been confirmed. Gringotts' confirmation documentation is in the clerk's hands alongside the charter. The genealogical ledger, the account status verification, and the goblin notarial authentication are all available for any member who wishes to review them. He reached into his inside pocket and took out the ring box. He set it on the small stand beside the charter display without opening it yet. "I'm going to be direct," he said. "Because I think that's what this chamber needs more than almost anything else right now, and because it's the only way I know how to do this. The charter's existence does not automatically void 900 years of ministry governance. The goblins are very clear on the distinction between void and voidable. Every law passed by the ministry is subject to review and ratification, not automatic collapse. That means the institutions this room governs continue to function. It means the people in this building continue their work. It means the practical machinery of magical Britain keeps running." He paused. "What changes is who has the authority to ratify it. That authority belongs to the Caput. I am the Caput." One of the members, Rowena Bletchley, Slytherin family, Umbridge ally, two of whose letters were in Lucius Malfoy's box, made a sound that was halfway between disbelief and contempt. "You're 19 years old," she said. 20, Harry said. "And the charter doesn't have an age clause." He looked at her steadily. "If you want to argue that Merlin should have thought that through more carefully, I'd be happy to discuss it after the session." Several members made sounds that, in context, might have been suppressed laughter. Bletchley's expression went flat. "The first act of the acknowledged Caput," Harry continued, "before the moment could be contested, is the formal ratification of Kingsley Shacklebolt's appointment as Minister for Magic. This ratification is retroactive to the beginning of his term and forward-dated to the end of his current elected term." He looked at the Ark. "Kingsley Shacklebolt is a good minister. This country is lucky to have him, and his authority is now unambiguous." A murmur went through the chamber. Not hostile, surprised, which was different. The ratification was the move they hadn't expected. They'd expected Harry to come in claiming power for himself. Instead, the first thing he'd done was confirm someone else's. He caught Augusta's expression from the corner of his eye. She was looking at him with a slight inclination of the head that communicated approval in the efficient way of someone who approved of things quickly and moved on. The second act is the restoration of two institutions abolished without proper charter authority. He picked up Hermione's documentation from the stand. She'd handed it to him before the session, 40 pages reduced to a precise 12-page brief. The Vox Communis, the legislative body representing non-human magical beings. And the Arbitrium Supremum, Merlin's Supreme Court of Fundamental Magical Law. He set the brief on the stand. Both will be rebuilt from the charter framework. Their composition and procedures will be determined through consultation that includes the communities they represent. Goblins. Centaurs. Werewolves. House elves. Every being that wizarding law has classified and constrained without ever giving them a voice in that classification. Now the murmur was louder. Several members straightened. Tiberius Ogden, who had come in looking like a man who'd been waiting for years for something worth attending a Wisengamot session for, was nodding slowly. Marchbanks, 89, and wearing the expression of someone who found most of the 20th century disappointing, made a sound that was unmistakably approval. Edric Hargreaves stood up. He was 60, heavy-set, with the practiced authority of a man who had chaired committee meetings for 30 years and knew how to fill a room with his volume. "Point of procedure," he said. "The petitioner cannot announce the restoration of institutions without, Clause 7, Augusta said, without looking up from her notes. Emergency constitutional session. The petitioner has the floor until their presentation is complete. Point of procedure is not recognized until after." "Augusta, sit down, Edric." She said it the way a teacher says it, not unkindly, but without any particular interest in argument. He sat. Harry waited for the room to settle. He'd prepared for the interruptions. Hermione had run the probable objection points the night before with the systematic thoroughness of someone coaching a witness, not giving him scripts, because he'd refused scripts, but giving him the framework so that no interruption could derail the substance. "There is one more element of the presentation," Harry said. "And it concerns the legal instrument known as the Officium Protectionis." In the gallery, Umbridge went very still. Harry didn't look at her. He didn't need to. The Officium Protectionis was established in 1994 as a legal guardian instrument designed specifically to challenge any future charter claim, he said. Its founding documents were sealed under a ministerial privacy seal obtained from Cornelius Fudge. The Wiesengemot should know that the founding of this instrument was not a neutral legal act, it was a deliberate effort to preemptively neutralize a legal right that the founders knew existed and were actively suppressing. He looked at the Ark. The documentation for that suppression effort, including correspondence between founding members and parties who are aware of those correspondence, is in the clerk's hands. The room changed. It was subtle but definite, the shift of air pressure in a space when something significant lands in it. Furthermore, Harry said, a dissolution motion has been filed against the Officium Protectionis this morning under the procedural grounds that its founding instrument was established through fraudulent use of ministerial authority, specifically a minister, Cornelius Fudge, whose administrative decisions during his term are under post-war review, and whose counter-signature on the privacy seal was obtained without full disclosure of the instrument's purpose. He looked at the Ark steadily. That motion was filed by Draco Malfoy, as a connected party to the original instrument. Every head in the chamber turned. Draco was standing in the visitor area to the right of the Ark, in the place that Harry had designated for him before the session. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and met the collective attention of the Wiesengemot with the unhurried equanimity of someone who had decided this morning exactly how he was going to carry himself and was not revising that decision based on 50 pairs of eyes. The murmur in the chamber was louder now. Not quite chaos yet. Augusta let it run for 6 seconds, Harry counted, and then struck the floor with the staff. The chair will now recognize responses from the membership, she said. Members wishing to speak will be recognized in order. The chair will not recognize procedural challenges until all substantive responses have been heard. Tiberius Ogden was on his feet before Augusta had finished the sentence. He was 70, white-haired, with the wiry sharpness of a man who had taken early retirement from Wiesengemot politics and regretted it ever since. I move to recognize the charter claim as legitimate and submit it for formal confirmation vote, he said. The documentation is extensive, the goblin authentication is unimpeachable, and frankly, this chamber should have been looking for this document for the past 9 centuries instead of proceeding on the assumption that we had authority we were never granted. He looked at the Ark. This is embarrassing, but it is fixable. Let's fix it. Seconded, said Marchbanks, from 2 seats down, without standing up. Hargreaves was on his feet. I object to the characterization of the ministry's governance as illegitimate, voidable, Harry said. Not void. There's a distinction. And I object to the presentation of documents that implicate members of this chamber without those members being given prior notice of the allegations. They had the same notice I did, Harry said. None. The documents arrived from the private papers of Lucius Malfoy, who prepared them for precisely this occasion. He looked at Hargreaves. If you'd like to examine the documentation implicating you specifically, I'm happy to arrange a review. After the session. The quality of silence that followed was the specific kind that happens when someone says a thing that everyone in the room understood to be true and nobody was prepared to be the first to respond to. Hargreaves sat down. A younger member Harry didn't recognize, late 30s, appointed post-war, wearing the look of someone making a real-time calculation about which side of history they wanted to be on, raised a hand. How does the Charter interact with existing ministry legislation? Specifically regarding the security frameworks, the Statute of Secrecy, the Being Classification Acts, are those immediately open to challenge? They're open to review, Harry said. Which is different from immediately void. I'm ratifying the Statute of Secrecy as it stands because the underlying reason for it, protecting the magical community, is sound, even if some of its applications need reform. The Being Classification Acts are another matter. They'll go before the arbitrium for review when the court is constituted. He looked at the member. In the interim, no existing law collapses automatically. The Charter's ratification creates a framework for reform. It doesn't create a power vacuum. The member nodded slowly. Saturday. For the next 40 minutes the chamber moved through the responses, and Harry answered every question that was genuine and deflected every objection that was procedural camouflage with the same level, unhurried attention. He'd studied the documentation Hermione had prepared until he could reconstruct the legal argument from any point without notes, and he had, over 2 years of being managed, developed a gift for knowing the difference between a question that deserved a real answer and a statement that was wearing a question's clothing. He answered 3 of the former and declined 5 of the latter. Bletchley tried twice to introduce the question of Harry's age and qualifications. The first time Harry reminded her that the Charter's heir designation was unconditional. The second time he pointed out that his qualifications included surviving 4 active dark wizards and the better part of a war by the age of 17, which was not the answer she was looking for but which produced a brief outbreak of something in the chamber that was probably inappropriate for the occasion and which Augusta made no attempt to suppress. At 25 minutes past 11, Augusta called the vote. The question was simple. Does the Wizengamot formally recognize the Foundation Charter of Magical Britain as legally valid, and does it formally acknowledge Harry James Potter as the Caput Magicae? The members voted by raising a hand, the formal method for constitutional matters, so that each vote was visible and on record. 31 hands went up. Harry had expected 28. The 3 additional votes came from members he hadn't identified as definite supporters, which meant Augusta's 3 days of preparation had reached further than he'd known. 7 members voted against. Hargreaves, Bletchley, 2 others from Lucius's list, and 3 who Harry didn't have files on and added to his mental list for later investigation. 3 members abstained. Augusta announced the result in the voice she used for facts that didn't require editorial addition. 31 in favor, 7 opposed, 3 abstaining. The Charter is recognized. The Caput Magicae is acknowledged. She struck the floor. The session will note that the dissolution motion against the Officium Protectionis is formally entered into the record, pending procedural review. The chamber erupted. Not violence, nothing so clean. The specifically political variety of eruption, which is to say that approximately 30 conversations started simultaneously, 3 members made for the door, 2 others moved toward Harry with expressions that suggested they wanted to shake his hand or argue with him or both, and Augusta's staff struck the floor 3 more times attempting to restore sufficient order for the session to be formally closed. Harry stood in the center of the floor. He didn't move toward the members approaching him or away from the ones with complicated expressions. He looked at the gallery. Umbridge was still in her seat. She hadn't moved during the vote. She was sitting with her small notebook in her hands and her eyes on Harry, and her face was doing something that he would not, in honesty, have predicted. She wasn't furious. She wasn't panicking. She was watching him with the focused, evaluating attention of a woman recalculating, and on her face was something that looked, in its disciplined way, like she was already several steps ahead of where the room thought she was. That was when Harry understood, fully and without any remaining doubt, that the Wizengamot session was not the end of the fight. It was the moment she acknowledged she'd lost this particular position and began preparing the next one. He held her gaze across the chamber, through the noise and motion of 50 people doing the things people do when the constitutional ground shifts under them. She stood, gathered her notebook, smoothed her robes, and left the gallery with the unhurried composure of someone who had planned to leave at this point. Draco appeared at Harry's shoulder. "She's moving." "I know." "That look on her face," "Yes," Harry said. "I saw it." Hermione arrived from the direction of the clerk's stand, where she'd been standing since the vote was called, 12-page brief in hand and the expression of someone who has just watched a plan execute correctly but is already 3 steps into the next plan. She looked at Harry's face and then at the gallery where Umbridge had been sitting. "She didn't break," Hermione said. "No," Harry said. "Good people who lose positions break. People who've spent 30 years being patient don't break when they lose a position." She looked at Harry. "They adjust." "She has the law firm," Harry said. "The one Lucius's fund was paying. The retainer's still active. And we still don't know everything that's in the Officium's founding instrument because the dissolution motion means it's in legal review and we can't access it without the review completing." 2 to 3 days minimum for the review, Hermione said. She'll know that. Tiberius Ogden reached them through the crowd, extending a hand to Harry with the enthusiasm of a man who had waited too long for something to shake someone's hand about. Harry shook it. Well done, Ogden said. Well done and about time, and if you need anything from me going forward, I mean anything at all, you have it. He moved on before Harry could respond, already turning to engage a wavering abstaining member with the focused energy of a man who had found his second wind at 70. Augusta cleared the chamber with the efficient authority of someone who had been managing rooms full of opinionated people since before most of them were born, directing members, handling the formal session close, dispatching the clerk. When the room was down to Harry, Hermione, Draco, and Augusta herself, she turned to them. 31, she said. I expected 29 at best. 2 of those votes were people I hadn't spoken to. She looked at Harry. What did you say to them in the chamber? I answered their questions honestly, Harry said. She considered him. Yes, she said. I suppose that was probably sufficient. She looked at the ring box on the display stand, which Harry hadn't yet picked up. You didn't put it on. Not yet. When? Harry picked up the box and pocketed it. When I've done something worth the announcement, he said. The vote was recognition. The work is what comes after. Augusta made the sound of someone who had expected a different answer and found the actual one preferable. The post-vote period will be difficult, she said. You have 31 members, which is a majority, but the 7 who opposed will contest every procedural step and the 3 who abstained will need to be persuaded before you have the stability to move on the institutional rebuilding. She looked at Draco. The dissolution motion, how solid is the fraud argument? Solid enough, Draco said. Hermione built it against the fudge administrative record. If the review panel is competent, 2 days. I'll recommend the review panel, Augusta said, which was not a suggestion about a possibility but a statement about what was going to happen. Any other immediate concerns? Umbridge, Harry said. Augusta looked at him steadily. She'll go to the press tonight, she said. She had this response prepared. The question is how she frames it. As an institutional crisis, Hermione said. That's the most effective frame. Not an attack on Harry personally, that she already tried in 5th year and it backfired. She'll frame the charter recognition as destabilizing. Dangerous. A young man with unchecked authority and no institutional oversight. She looked at Harry. She'll make you sound like exactly what you said you weren't. Which is why we go to Luna tonight, Harry said. Before the morning editions. I'll come with you, Hermione said. So will I, Draco said. Harry looked at him. Draco met the look with the equanimity of someone who had committed to a side this morning and was not in the habit of revising decisions he'd made at the cost of something real. All right, Harry said. Tonight. Augusta picked up her formal chain of office and straightened it. There is one more thing, she said. During the session, when you announced the Vox Communis. She looked at Harry. The goblin representative from Gringotts, Tessek. She was in the observer gallery. When you made that announcement, she wrote something in her record and then she stopped writing, and she simply listened. Augusta's voice was measured. I've attended sessions with goblin observers for 30 years. I have never seen one stop writing. Harry thought about what that meant. Thought about Ragnok, in the amberlit room below Gringotts, 9 centuries of custodianship, the patience of a people who had been classified and constrained and kept at the edges of a legal framework that had never included them. Thought about the Vox Communis entry in the charter catalogue, listed under status uncertain, no successor organization confirmed, 900 years of absence reduced to an archival notation. I'll go to Ragnok tomorrow, he said. He should hear it from me directly. Augusta nodded. She picked up her staff. The session is formally closed, she said, to the empty chamber, with the precision of someone for whom the formal record mattered even when nobody was taking it anymore. Go, she said to Harry, more personally. Don't stop. Harry looked at the charter on the display stand, the original, 1100 years of old parchment, Merlin's seal still catching the light in that way that had nothing to do with the overhead windows. He looked at it for a moment. Then he nodded to the clerk, who returned it carefully to its secured case, and turned and walked out of the chamber. Hermione and Draco fell into step on either side of him. The corridor outside was full of people. Ministry workers who'd heard about the session, journalists who'd somehow gotten past the atrium restrictions, 3 aurors who were standing in a loose formation that was not quite a guard of honor but was not entirely not one either. All of them turned when the chamber doors opened. Harry walked through them without stopping, the portfolio under his arm, and the corridor parted around him, and he felt the attention of it, not the heavy, suffocating attention of being a symbol, but something different. The attention of people who were watching something real happen and were deciding, in the privacy of their own minds, what they thought about it. He let them look. He kept walking. Behind him, in the chamber, the clerk sealed the case containing Merlin's charter and prepared the session record for formal filing, and somewhere in the ministry's maze of corridors, a woman in mauve robes was walking toward a flow point with her notebook and her recalibrated plan. And outside on the street Luna Lovegood was going about her afternoon with no idea that someone was going to knock on her door in approximately 4 hours with the story of the decade, and in Somerset a law firm was receiving an owl with 4 words on it that it would spend the next 2 days trying to execute before discovering that the instrument it had been retained to protect had already been dissolved. The day was halfway done. The work was barely started. And Harry Potter, Caput Magicae of Magical Britain by vote of 31 members and 9 centuries of dormant charter authority, walked out through the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, past the fountain that someone had finally fixed, into the cold London afternoon, and felt for the first time in his life exactly like himself. Not a symbol. Not a weapon. Not a solution to someone else's problem. Himself. It was, all things considered, a remarkable feeling. Chapter 6, The Quiet War. The Daily Prophet ran Umbridge story at 6 the next morning. Harry was already awake when Cops dropped it on the kitchen table, which meant he read it while the coffee was still brewing and before he'd had anything to eat, which was probably not the ideal condition in which to encounter a front-page headline reading, Potter's Power Grab, Boy Who Lived or Boy Who Rules. By Rita Skeeter, special correspondent. He read the whole thing standing at the counter. 3 full pages, which was remarkable given that Skeeter had apparently written it overnight, but less remarkable when you understood that she'd had significant help in the preparation. The article hit every note Hermione had predicted, Harry as destabilizing force, the charter recognition as constitutional crisis, the Wisengamot vote characterized as rushed and procedurally irregular, and Harry himself described in terms that carefully avoided direct accusation while creating the unmistakable impression of a young man with unchecked ambition and insufficient oversight. The phrase unelected authority appeared 6 times. Harry counted. There was a sidebar, a column running alongside the main article, that purported to be an anonymous quote from a current Wisengamot member expressing concern about the session's procedural validity. The language of the quote was precise, formal, and utterly distinctive to anyone who had spent 6 months reading Dolores Umbridge's correspondence. She hadn't even bothered to disguise it particularly. Harry folded the paper, set it on the table, and poured his coffee. Creature appeared in the doorway. He looked at Harry, then at the paper, then at Harry again. The owl brought 3 more, he said. I have put them in the sitting room. Burn them, Harry said. Creature's expression conveyed that this was the most sensible instruction he'd been given in some time, and he withdrew. Harry drank his coffee and thought about the article the way he'd learned to think about things that were designed to provoke a reaction, not by ignoring the provocation but by taking it apart and looking at what it was actually built from. The article was effective in a specific way, it would land hardest on people who hadn't been in the chamber, who hadn't seen the vote, who were encountering the charter story entirely through Skeeter's framing. It would give the 7 dissenting Wisengamot members a public platform to extend their objection beyond the chamber. And it would give the 3 abstaining members a reason to stay abstaining, because nobody wanted to be associated with a controversy before they understood which way it was going to resolve. It was, he had to admit, well constructed. Not clever in the way that the truth was clever, the truth had the advantage of being real, which gave it structural integrity that Skeeter's piece didn't have, but effective in the immediate term, in the way that things designed to produce fear and confusion were always immediately effective. The Quibbler had run Luna's piece simultaneously. Harry knew this because Luna had told him at midnight to say it was going to print at 5, and she'd added a postscript that said, in Luna's particular cadence, "I think Nargles have been interfering with the Prophet's editorial judgment for years," which would explain quite a lot. "Your article is very clear and honest, Harry. I have illustrated it with a diagram of the Charter's institutional hierarchy which I think will help people understand the structure. I've also included a small drawing of you looking resolved but not aggressive. I think you'll like it. Love, Luna." He had not yet seen the drawing but he trusted that it was accurate. The Quibbler didn't have the Prophet's readership. It had something more specific, it had the readership that had trusted it during the war, when the Prophet had been running ministry propaganda and the Quibbler had been the only place printing the truth. That readership was smaller but it was committed and it was distributed through exactly the communities Harry needed to reach, Muggleborns, half-bloods, the people the current system had served least well, who were now reading an accurate account of a charter that had just legally acknowledged that the system serving them had never been properly constituted in the first place. Harry's phone buzzed on the counter. He'd gotten a mobile the previous spring, which had scandalized Creature and delighted Hermione, who had worked out a spell to make it function in magical environments. The message was from Hermione, "Prophet's bad but expected. Quibbler is perfect. Luna's diagram is extraordinary, she's somehow captured the entire institutional hierarchy in one drawing and it's actually the clearest explanation of the charter structure I've seen. Meet at Gringotts at 9. Ragnok has something." He typed back, "Seen the Prophet. Coming at 9. Then he went upstairs, showered, dressed, and came back down to find Draco sitting at the kitchen table reading the Prophet with the expression of a man reading a document he'd been expecting to be unpleasant and find slightly more unpleasant than anticipated. Harry hadn't invited Draco to stay at Grimmauld Place. Draco had simply, at the end of the previous evening's work, noted that returning to Malfoy Manor meant traveling through areas where several people who'd been named in his dissolution motion lived, and that this seemed inadvisable. Harry had pointed at the spare bedroom without discussion and that had been that. 6 times, Draco said, without looking up. Unelected authority. 6 times in one article. I counted, Harry said. The sidebar is Umbridge, Draco said. Obviously. She used the phrase due process 3 times in a paragraph about parliamentary procedure, which is a Muggle legal concept that she's appropriating for maximum resonance with half-blood readers who grew up around Muggle news media. Draco put the paper down. She's smarter than people think. I know. Harry picked up his jacket. Gringotts at 9. Ragnok has something. I'm coming. I know. They went separately through the alley, Harry drawing the usual attention, Draco drawing a different kind, the kind that came with being a Malfoy in a public space where people were currently reading a Prophet article that mentioned his dissolution motion. Harry registered 3 people staring at Draco with expressions ranging from surprised to suspicious, and registered that Draco walked through all of it without adjusting his pace or his face by a single degree. He was getting better at that. Ragnok was waiting in the amber-lit room with Tessek and 2 additional goblins Harry hadn't met before, both of whom had the look of people whose specific expertise had been requested for a specific purpose. On the table were 3 new documents and a small leather-bound ledger that looked relatively recent by Gringotts archival standards, meaning it had probably been written within the last century. The Custodes Antica account, Ragnok said, before Harry had sat down. Draco Malfoy's standing as junior member was sufficient to access the sealed secondary document Lucius Malfoy referenced. We completed the retrieval this morning. He looked at Harry steadily. What it contains is significant. He opened the first document. It was a compiled record, assembled by Lucius Malfoy himself, organized with the same meticulous precision as the papers from the box, but more comprehensive. It covered 112 years of charter suppression, from 1886 to 1998, and it included names, dates, actions, and in several cases, supporting documentation. Harry read the first 3 pages and stopped. He wasn't just suppressing the charter, he said. No, Ragnok said. He was running a coordinated operation. Multiple people, multiple decades, multiple different methods. Harry looked at the page. This isn't a cover-up. This is an institution. It functioned as one, Ragnok agreed. The Custodes Antiqua was, in its public presentation, a historical research society. In practice, it operated as an intelligence and suppression apparatus. Membership was by invitation only, required demonstrated commitment to what its founding documents called institutional stability, and involved ongoing obligations to monitor and manage any developments that might threaten the charter's continued dormancy. Harry turned to the names section. He read slowly, knowing what he was looking for and not wanting to read it wrong. He found it on the 4th page. 3 sitting Wisengamot members who had voted against the charter were listed as active Custodes Antiqua members in the decade before the society formally dissolved. One of the 3 abstaining members appeared in the ledger under the heading Custodes, Associated Parties, which was a careful distinction but not a meaningless one. He turned to the next page and found something he hadn't expected. A ministry department head, current, appointed post-war, whose name appeared in connection with a suppression action taken in 2003, 5 years after the society's supposed dissolution, which meant the network had continued operating informally after the organization itself shut down. He set the document down. Looked at Ragnok. The society dissolved officially in 1998. The network kept going. It appears so, Ragnok said. Without the formal structure, but with the same participants and, in several cases, new ones. He gestured at the smaller ledger. The financial trails are the most conclusive. Transactions between connected parties, consistent in pattern with the society's operational funding model, continuing through to 2019. 21 years after the society closed, Hermione said, from beside Harry. She'd arrived 2 minutes after him and had been reading over his shoulder since the first page, which was a habit she'd had since the Hogwarts library and which he'd long since stopped finding intrusive. That's not an organization's afterglow. That's a deliberate structure. And Umbridge has been the operational center of it, Harry said. Since Lucius went to Azkaban. He looked at the officium documentation that Ragnok had added to the table, the full founding instrument, now accessible under the Dissolution Review. Hermione reached for it immediately and began reading the sections she hadn't had access to before. She read for 4 minutes. Then she said, very quietly, Harry. He looked at her. The officium's founding instrument has a clause I missed in the copy. She put her finger on the page. Article 14. In the event that a charter claim is formally recognized by the Wisengamot, the officium is authorized to petition the International Confederation of Wizards for external review of the constitutional legitimacy of said recognition. She wasn't building a domestic challenge. Hermione looked up. She was building a mechanism to escalate this internationally. Harry held that for a moment. She goes to the ICW, argues that the Wisengamot's recognition was procedurally irregular, and asks for an international review panel to be convened, Hermione finished. Which would have the authority to suspend the charter's domestic legal effect pending review. Which could take 18 months to 2 years. The delay strategy, Draco said. On a larger scale. Harry looked at the article on the table. The document was 40 pages and Hermione had found the critical clause in 4 minutes. How long before she activates Article 14? If she's rational about it, and she is, she'll wait until she's exhausted the domestic options first. The dissolution motion, the Wisengamot procedural challenges, the press campaign. She'll try each one in sequence and only go international when she's run out of domestic moves. Hermione looked at Harry. Which means we have a window. Not a large one. Harry leaned back and looked at the ceiling. The iron torch brackets. The runes carved into the upper stonework that hummed faintly in the presence of the right bloodline. He thought about Umbridge in her Somerset cottage, writing letters. Patient, methodical, moving through prepared positions like a chess player who had spent 30 years thinking about this particular game. She was not reckless. She was not reactive. She was exactly what Draco had said she was, someone who believed she was righteous, which meant she had the terrifying combination of moral certainty and strategic competence, neither of which she was likely to abandon simply because she'd lost a vote. We need to move on two things simultaneously, Harry said. The press narrative and the legal flanking. He looked at Hermione. She was already nodding, which meant she'd gotten there before him. The press narrative first, he said. The profit piece will do damage, but it only holds if we let it sit. We need responses, not from me, because anything I say goes straight back into the Skeeter frame, but from people who aren't me. Kingsley, Hermione said. He hasn't spoken publicly since the session. If he makes a statement today, he can't, Harry said. Not directly. He's minister, which means anything he says defending the charter looks like self-interest because I just ratified his appointment. He thought. But he can speak to the institutional continuity question. He can make a statement about the ministry continuing to function normally, all departments active, all services continuing, which undercuts the crisis frame without directly engaging Skeeter's argument. Augusta, Draco said. She can speak to the constitutional legitimacy directly. She convened the session. She's the one who invoked Clause 7. If she speaks to the procedural validity, on the record, she takes the ground out from under the rushed session characterization. Harry nodded. And we need something else. Something that changes the subject. He looked at the catalogue on the table, the institutional holdings, the 6 uncertain entries, the Vox Communis and the Arbitrium Supremum. The beings. Ragnok, who had been listening with his hands folded and his expression unreadable, looked at Harry. The announcement of the Vox Communis in the chamber was one thing, Harry said. Words in a political session. But if the goblins make a public statement, Gringotts, directly, confirming that the charter's establishment of the Vox Communis is being actively pursued and that the goblin community is engaged in the consultation, he looked at Ragnok. That's not a political story anymore. That's a historical one. That's the story of a community that has been excluded from legal representation for 9 centuries being formally brought in. He paused. The prophet can call me a power grab. It can't call 9 centuries of exclusion being addressed a power grab. Ragnok was quiet for a moment. The amber fire crackled. I will need to consult with the Goblin Council before making any public statement on behalf of the community, he said. That consultation will take time. He paused. However, I can speak as Senior Director of Gringotts, in my institutional capacity, about the bank's role as charter custodian and its relationship with the recognized Caput. That is within my authority and requires no council consultation. That's enough, Harry said. That's all we need for today. He turned to the legal side. The Officium Dissolution Review. How do we accelerate it without compromising its validity? We don't rush it, Hermione said immediately. If we rush it, Umbridge argues the review was inadequate. We present the strongest possible case and let it resolve at its natural pace. 2 days at minimum, 3 at most. She looked at the officium document. But we can submit supplementary evidence to the review panel today, the Custodes Antiqa records, the financial ledger showing the post-dissolution network activity, Lucius's compiled suppression history. The review panel has to consider all submitted evidence. She paused. The case for dissolution is already strong. Additional evidence makes it overwhelming. File it today, Harry said. All of it. She was already making notes. The last thing on the table was the most complicated, and Harry had been circling it since he'd read Lucius Malfoy's letter for the second time. He picked up the compiled suppression document and turned to the section he hadn't yet brought up in the room. 3 of the names in here are people who are currently respected figures, he said. Not Wisengamot members, not political operatives, public figures. A Hogwarts governor. A senior healer at St. Mungo's. A historian whose work on pre-ministry magical law has been cited in Wiesengemot proceedings for the past 20 years. He set it down. Every one of them participated in the suppression effort. And all of their work, the governor's educational policy decisions, the healer's research on being medical classification, the historian's interpretations of pre-ministry law, all of it has been shaped by the same goal, keeping the charter buried. The room was quiet. The historian in particular, Hermione said, with the careful voice of someone who had already thought about this. His work on de facto legitimacy has been the primary academic basis for the ministry's own legal opinions on historical authority questions. If the officium had tried to activate Article 14 at the ICW, it would have cited his research as supporting evidence. She looked at Harry. He didn't just participate in suppression. He built the intellectual infrastructure for it. He may not have known that's what he was doing, Draco said. That's possible, Harry said. It's also possible that he knew exactly what he was doing and called it scholarship. Either way, the research stands and it's been used to foreclose challenges that should have been allowed. He looked at the document. I'm not going to destroy these people publicly. That's not what this is for. But they need to know that we know, and they need to understand what's going to change about their fields going forward. Private communication, Hermione said. From me, yes. Not a threat. Just, the truth. Here's what we found. Here's how your work connects to it. Here's what we're going to do, and here's how they can participate in fixing it rather than defending it. He paused. Some of them will choose to defend it. That's their choice. But I'm giving them the option first. Draco was looking at him with an expression Harry recognized from the day Draco had knocked on the Grimmauld Place door, the look of someone recalibrating a prior assessment. What? Harry said. Nothing, Draco said. It's just, he stopped. Lucius would have made the exposure public. He would have used it as maximum leverage. I know, Harry said. That's why it's going to work differently. He stood. Picked up the portfolio, added the custode suppression document. Hermione, get the supplementary filing to the dissolution review panel by noon. Draco, I need you to draft the counter-statement on the profit piece for Augusta to review. Your command of the procedural language is better than mine and she'll want the parliamentary framing to be airtight. Draco looked slightly startled at the directness of the assignment and then stopped looking startled, because he'd been doing that less the past 2 days. And I, Harry said, am going to go find out exactly where Dolores Umbridge is going to be at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Hermione looked up sharply from her notes. Harry, not to confront her, he said. Not yet. I need to understand her current operational position before I respond to it. I can't respond to where she was, I need to respond to where she is. He looked at Ragnok. Your financial surveillance of the Custodes network, does it cover the law firm's activity? It covers the transactions, Ragnok said. Not the communications. The transactions will tell me enough. He looked at Ragnok. Has the law firm made any unusual disbursements since yesterday morning? Ragnok produced a narrow sheet of account notations. One transaction. 4,000 galleons, disbursed this morning to a private individual. The recipient is listed by account number only. He slid the sheet across. The account number traces to a vault opened in 2019 under a sealed identity, the same ministerial privacy instrument as the officium itself. Harry looked at the account number. A sealed vault opened under Fudge's countersignature. Yes. Which the officium dissolution review is in the process of voiding. Which would make the vault's sealed identity status legally contestable, yes. Ragnok met Harry's gaze with the patience of a 900-year custodian who has learned to present information in precisely the sequence that makes its implications most visible. Should the dissolution review complete favorably, the vault unseals, Harry said. Automatically, under the terms of the privacy instrument's own voiding clause. Harry looked at the account number for a long moment. Accelerate the supplementary filing, he said to Hermione. I want the dissolution review completed by tonight if possible. I'll need the full filing package ready in 2 hours, she said. You'll have it. He went back upstairs and into the Gringotts main hall and out into the alley, and the morning was clear and cold and the prophet was visible in 2 different hands he passed on the way to the apparition point, its headline catching the light in the way that bad news always did, a little too bright, a little too loud. He didn't stop. He spent the afternoon the way he'd spent the morning, moving, working, building. He sent private letters to the 3 non-political names in the suppression document, careful and direct and exactly what he described to Hermione. Here is what we found, here is what it means, here is what we're doing, here is how you can be part of the fixing rather than the defending. He wrote them himself, longhand, in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place with Creature hovering at the edges making food nobody asked for, and he didn't try to make the letters diplomatic in the soft sense, only in the real sense, truthful, respectful, clear about what was at stake. Kingsley's statement went out at noon, the Ministry press office dispatching it with the precise language of institutional stability that was exactly the right counterframe to the crisis narrative. By 2 o'clock, 3 wizarding news outlets that weren't the prophet had picked up the Kingsley statement and the Quibbler piece simultaneously, and the story was no longer exclusively Skeeter's. At 3:15, Hermione's dissolution filing reached the review panel with the full supplementary package, Lucius's compiled suppression history, the financial ledger, the Custodes Antiqua records, and a 12-page legal brief that apparently caused the panel's lead reviewer to sit down and not get up for 45 minutes. At 4 o'clock, Augusta's public statement was released through the Wisengamot's official communications channel, and it was, as everything Augusta produced, surgical. She addressed the procedural validity question directly, cited Clause 7 chapter and verse, named the 3 Wisengamot members who'd been present at the session who also appeared in the Custodes Antiqua records as a matter of public disclosure, and declined to frame any of it as accusatory. She called it a factual correction to factual mischaracterizations, and her tone was the tone of someone doing an extremely tiresome but completely necessary thing. The 3 named members had nothing to say. Their public silence was louder than anything they could have printed. At 6 o'clock, the dissolution review panel returned its determination. The officium protectionis instrument was dissolved. The privacy seals voided. The founding documents made public record. Harry was in Grimmauld Place when the notification arrived, a formal goblin communication, impeccably formatted, dropped by a bank owl that managed to convey professional satisfaction through the quality of its delivery. He read it, set it down, and looked at Hermione. The sealed vault, he said. It'll be accessible by morning, she said. The voiding process takes 12 hours. He nodded. Thought about 4,000 galleons moved this morning from the law firm to a sealed vault whose identity was now, as of this evening, legally exposed. Someone had sent money somewhere this morning in a hurry, and by tomorrow morning Harry would know where it went and to whom. He went to the sitting room and stood at the window looking at the London street below. The evening was settling in, the orange sodium lights of the ordinary Muggle world making the pavement glow. A couple walked past below, arguing about something, their voices faint through the glass. A taxi went by. A dog pulled its owner past a lamppost. The world outside didn't know any of this was happening. It hadn't known for 900 years and it was not going to suddenly know tonight. The statute of secrecy was intact and functioning, ratified by the Caput as of yesterday, and the ordinary world was entirely secure in its ordinary ignorance. He felt the ring box in his pocket. He'd been carrying it since the session. He turned it over between his fingers without taking it out. Deep green stone. The Signum Capitis. The mark of the head of magic, sitting in a box in his jacket pocket because he'd said he'd put it on when he'd done something worth the announcement. He'd recognized the charter. He'd convened the restoration of 2 missing institutions. He'd begun dismantling a 30-year suppression network. He'd written 3 letters that were going to be difficult for their recipients in the way that honest things were sometimes difficult, and he'd held all of it at a level of focus and clarity that he was privately quite proud of and publicly too practical to mention. He thought about Merlin's letter. The ring announces what is real. Do not put it on until you are ready for everything that comes after. He was going to be ready for Umbridge's next move, whatever shape it took. He was going to be ready for the ICW option and the press campaign and the 4,000 galleons and the sealed vault and the sealed vault's identity and whatever the identity turned out to be connected to. He was going to be ready for all of it. But tonight there was one more thing to do. He went back to the kitchen. I'm going to St. Mungo's, he said. Hermione looked up. The healer named in the suppression document? No, he said. Neville's parents. The room went quiet in the particular way it did when something real was said. The Arbitrium, Harry said. When it's constituted, it'll have the authority to review wrongful convictions. Cases where the evidence didn't meet the standard that an uncaptured court should have applied. He looked at Hermione and he kept his voice level, but he didn't try to make it businesslike. Frank and Alice Longbottom were tortured to insanity. That happened. That can't be undone. But the Lestrange's sentencing records, the trial proceedings, the case documentation, all of it was handled by a court operating without proper authority. The Arbitrium will be able to review whether the full scope of what was done to them was legally addressed. He paused. I know it doesn't fix anything. But it should be done. Hermione looked at him for a long moment with the expression she used when something surprised her, not because she hadn't known it but because she hadn't expected it to be said like that. I'll come, she said. You don't have to. I know. She stood up and got her coat. I'll come. They went to St. Mungo's, not with fanfare, not through the front entrance where Harry would be recognized in 30 seconds, but through the side entrance Hermione knew from the nights they'd visited during 5th year. The Janus Thicky ward was on the 4th floor, and the healer on duty knew Hermione by name from her regular visits over the past 2 years, which Harry had not known about and noted now without comment. Frank and Alice Longbottom were in their usual places. Frank was sitting in the chair by the window, looking at the evening outside with an expression that was present but unreachable. Alice was on the bed, turning a Dribbles wrapper in her hands, and she looked up when they came in with the unfocused attention of someone watching a world they recognized but couldn't quite connect to. Harry sat in the chair beside Alice's bed. Hermione stood near the door. He didn't say anything for a moment. He just sat there, in the quiet of the ward, with Alice Longbottom turning her sweet wrapper and Frank watching the window and the sounds of the hospital around them, a trolley in the corridor, a distant voice, the ordinary movements of a building full of people trying to help other people. He thought about Augusta's face when she'd said she was going to be formidable. About Neville, who had grown up knowing his parents were here and not here, who had grown into one of the most genuinely brave people Harry had ever known, partly because of and partly in spite of it. We're going to fix what we can, Harry said quietly. Not to Alice exactly, she wasn't reachable in that way, but in the room, out loud, the way you say things that need to be said even when the person who should hear them can't. It's not enough. I know it's not enough. But we're going to try. Alice held out the sweet wrapper. Harry took it, the way Neville always did. He sat there for 10 more minutes, in the quiet of the ward, in the ordinary human company of 2 people who deserved so much better than what the world had given them and who had, in their long absence from it, left behind a son who was one of its finest people, which was not justice but was something. Then he stood, nodded to the healer at the door, and walked back out into the hospital corridor. Hermione fell into step beside him. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. They went back to Grimmauld Place and worked until midnight, and in Somerset Umbridge was still at her desk writing letters in her small precise hand, and in the Gringotts archive the dissolution review was being filed and the sealed vault's identity was in the process of being made visible, and in 12 hours Harry would know the name of whoever had received 4,000 galleons in a hurry this morning, and whatever that name turned out to be, he would deal with it. He went to bed at 12:30 with the ring box on the nightstand, and the letter from Merlin's vault folded in his jacket pocket, and the sweet wrapper from Alice Longbottom in his hand. He held it for a moment in the dark. Then he set it carefully on the nightstand beside the ring, and went to sleep. Chapter 7, the foundation. The sealed vault's identity resolved at 6:47 in the morning. Harry knew because Ragnok sent a goblin messenger rather than an owl, a young bank runner who knocked on the grim old place door with the particular contained urgency of someone carrying something that could not wait for normal communication channels. The envelope was small, cream, sealed with the bank's crest, and inside was a single sheet with a name and an account number and 3 lines of financial history. Harry read it at the kitchen table while Creature made breakfast and the morning came in through the window in the grey, indifferent way London mornings came in. The name was Corvin Selby. He didn't recognize it immediately. He had to turn it over for a moment before the connection surfaced, and then it did, cleanly, and he sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. Corvin Selby was the deputy head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He had been appointed 8 months ago. By Kingsley. The 3 lines of financial history showed that Selby's sealed vault, the one opened under Fudge's countersignature, now exposed by the officium's dissolution, had received 6 deposits over the past 4 years. Not just the 4,000 galleons from the law firm yesterday morning. 6 deposits, totaling nearly 40,000 galleons, each one traceable through the custodes network's post-dissolution transaction pattern. He was not Umbridge's contact in the ministry. He was her contact inside the Department of Magical Law Enforcement specifically, which meant he was her contact inside the department that oversaw the horrors. Harry put the sheet down and thought about that for exactly 30 seconds. Then he picked up his wand and sent a Patronus to Kingsley. The stag went through the wall at 6:51. By 7:15, Kingsley was at the kitchen table with a cup of tea he wasn't drinking, reading the sheet with the expression of a man who had been Minister for Magic for 2 years and had therefore developed the specific capability of receiving information that was both professionally devastating and personally infuriating without letting either quality take over. He read it twice. Set it down. I appointed him, Kingsley said. I know. His references were impeccable. His record was, he stopped. Started again. He was recommended by 3 senior aurors whose judgment I trusted completely. Whose judgment may have been supplemented by a deposit to a sealed vault, Harry said. Not unkindly. This goes back 4 years. Before you were minister. Before the war ended. He was positioned before the position existed. Kingsley's jaw tightened. Not at Harry, at the thing itself. At the careful, patient architecture of it, the way it had been built over time into exactly the right place. She was putting pieces on the board before she knew what the game was going to be, Kingsley said. She knew what the game was going to be, Harry said. She knew the charter was real and she knew the heir would eventually surface. She was building a position inside law enforcement because that's where the physical response capacity is. If the charter claim was ever made, she wanted someone in the department who could manage the response. Kingsley looked at the sheet. What do you need from me? Selby suspended from duty pending investigation, Harry said. Today. Quietly if possible, but today regardless. Done. Kingsley picked up his wand and sent his own Patronus, a lynx, moving with Kingsley's characteristically economical grace, in the direction of the ministry. What else? I need to know if there are others. Selby received money from 6 deposits. How many of those correspond to other appointments or promotions in DMLE? Kingsley looked at the dates on the sheet. His expression moved through something. I'll have the personnel records reviewed against those dates today. Carefully, Harry said. Whoever does the review needs to be someone who isn't on any list we've found. Hestia Jones, Kingsley said immediately. Former Order member. No connection to the Custodes network, no ministry relationships predating the war, and she has the clearance. He paused. She'll need the Custodes' financial records. Ragnok can send them to her directly, through Gringotts' secure channels. Harry stood. I'm going to Gringotts this morning. I'll ask him. Kingsley picked up his tea, finally, and drank. He looked out the kitchen window at the London morning and was quiet for a moment. I've been running a department that had a network inside it, he said. You've been running a government that was built on suppressed history, Harry said. The network is what the suppression looked like from the inside. It's not a failure of your judgment, it's the thing we're in the process of dismantling. Kingsley looked at him. You're being generous. I'm being accurate, Harry said. There's a difference. He put on his jacket. One more thing. The ICW, Article 14 of the Officium Instrument. It's dissolved now, so Umbridge can't use the Officium as the vehicle. But the principle still stands. She could approach the ICW independently, as a concerned wizarding citizen, and make the same argument. Kingsley's eyebrows moved. Can she? There's no prohibition on a private citizen petitioning the ICW. It would carry less formal weight than an institutional filing, but it would still require a response. Harry paused. I think we should get ahead of it. Brief the ICW directly, send them the charter documentation, the goblin authentication, the Wizengamot vote record. Make us the first and primary source of information they receive about this. Kingsley considered it. The British delegate to the ICW is Millicent Bagnall's daughter. Reasonable woman. She'll handle a direct briefing from me professionally. He looked at Harry. I'll reach out today. Harry nodded. Went to the door. Stopped. Kingsley. The Selby situation, how are you? Kingsley looked at him over the tea. The question surprised him, Harry could see, and the surprise resolved into something genuine. I'll manage, he said. I've been managing things since I was 22. I know. That's not what I asked. A pause. It's uncomfortable, Kingsley said. Discovering that someone placed in your trust was positioned against you. It makes you audit every decision you think you made freely. He looked at the window. But I've been doing this long enough to know that discomfort is not damage. You keep going. Yes, Harry said. You do. He went to Gringotts. Hermione and Draco were already there when he arrived, Hermione because she'd been there since 7:30, Draco because he'd apparently followed Hermione on the logic that wherever she was going at 7:30 was probably relevant. They were in the corridor outside Ragnok's room, and Hermione had a stack of documents and an expression that said she'd found something in the overnight reading. The Arbitrium, she said, before Harry had finished removing his coat. I found the constitutional requirements for reconstituting it. 7 justices. The Caput appoints all 7, but at least 3 must be confirmed by a full Wizengamot vote. She held out the relevant section of the charter catalogue. The process has a 50-day window from the moment the Caput formally announces the restoration. Day 1 is today if you announce today. I'm announcing today, Harry said. What else? The Vox Communis is more complex. The charter specifies that founding members must include representatives from each non-human magical community recognized under the original instrument. She turned to the next section. That's goblins, centaurs, house elves, mere-people, and the creature classification that roughly corresponds to modern werewolves. The charter uses a term that translates as moon-touched, which is considerably more respectful than current classification. She paused. I want to restore the original term as part of the reconstitution, formally. Done, Harry said. What does the consultation process look like? Ideally, community representatives participate in drafting the Vox Communis founding charter for its modern form. Not just consultation, actual drafting authority. She looked at him. That will make some people very uncomfortable. Good, Harry said. Discomfort is how you know the change is real. He looked at Draco. The Wizengamot members who abstained, you said one of them appeared in the custodes records as an associated party. Cornelius Ware, Draco said. 3rd generation Wizengamot seat. Conservative but not ideologically committed. His connection to the custodes was financial, 2 donations to the society over a 10-year period, which could be genuine historical interest or could be something else. He paused. My read is he's waiting to see which way this falls before he commits. Then let's give him something to commit to, Harry said. He looked at both of them. I want to meet with the non-human community representatives today. All of them I can reach. Not through ministry channels, directly, personally. He looked at Ragnok's door. Starting here. Ragnok received this without visible surprise, which Harry was beginning to think was just how Ragnok received everything. He had, it turned out, already sent communications to several Goblin Council members when the Vox Communis announcement was made in the Wisengamot session, which was either anticipatory or clairvoyant and might, with goblins, have been both. The Goblin Council representative who arrived at Gringotts by 10 o'clock was a goblin named Rillik, younger than Ragnok, sharper in the aggressive way of someone who had not yet made peace with patience, with eyes that tracked everything in the room and a manner of sitting that communicated readiness without hostility. He and Harry spent 40 minutes at the table in Ragnok's room, and Harry said almost nothing for the first 30. He listened. Rillik spoke about the being classification acts with the precise, controlled fury of someone who had memorized the text and its consequences across multiple generations. He spoke about Gringotts goblins being classified as beings rather than persons under wizarding law, which meant they had rights but not the full suite of legal personhood that wizards enjoyed. They could hold property but not certain categories of magical objects, they could sign contracts but not hold political office, they could run a bank but not vote in any legislative body on any matter affecting their own community. He spoke about the trials, the ones that had used goblin testimony as corroborating evidence but not primary evidence, which meant a goblin's account of events could support a wizard's argument but could not, on its own, establish fact. He spoke about the cases this had decided. He did not raise his voice. Harry listened to all of it. When Rillik finished, Harry said, "The Vox Communis founding process. I want the Goblin community's representatives to have full drafting authority over the sections relating to Goblin legal personhood. Not consultation, not advisory input. Drafting authority." Rillik looked at him for a long moment. "You understand what that means?" "Yes," Harry said. "It means those sections will say what your community decides they should say, not what I think sounds reasonable from the outside. And if what we draft contradicts existing wizarding law, then the arbitrium reviews the conflict when it's constituted and adjudicates based on the charter framework," Harry said. "Which gives a Supreme Court, not the Wisengamot, not the ministry, but a properly constituted Supreme Court, the authority to say that the conflict resolves in your favor where the charter supports it." He paused. "I believe the charter supports most of it. I think you'll find the same when you read it." Rillik looked at Ragnok. Something passed between them in a brief exchange of gobbledygook that Harry didn't follow but whose tone he registered, surprised, and something that wasn't quite approval but was the precursor to it. "We will participate in the drafting process," Rillik said. "Good," Harry said. "I also want to tell you about Corvin Selby." He told them about the sealed vault, the 40,000 galleons, the positioning of a ministry contact inside law enforcement. He told them because they deserved to know, because the suppression network had affected their community as directly as anyone's, and because he had made a decision at the kitchen table in Grimmauld Place that he was going to stop managing information the way the old system had managed it, which was to say carefully, upward, on a need-to-know basis that was really a power basis, and start sharing it with the people it actually affected. Rillik's expression didn't change during this recounting. His stillness was complete in the way Ragnok's was, but younger. It cost him something to maintain, which meant he was more affected than he showed. "Selby's authority extended to the Being Regulation Department," Rillik said finally. "I know," Harry said. He reviewed 3 goblin employment appeals in the past year. All 3 were denied. Harry looked at him. "I'll have Hermione pull the appeal records. If the denials were influenced by his position in the network, they'll be reviewed by the new arbitrium when it's constituted." Rillik nodded once. It was not a small nod. The Centaur liaison was more complicated to arrange, which Hermione managed through Hagrid, a conversation that Harry could hear from across the room because Hagrid's idea of a quiet fireplace conversation involved projecting to approximately the back row of a medium-sized auditorium. Hagrid was delighted, vocal, and immediately useful. He knew the centaur herd at Hogwarts and, more relevantly, knew which individual centaur was the appropriate contact for matters of formal intercommunity communication. Megorian agreed to send a representative by owl. The representative would arrive within 2 days. Harry accepted this and moved on. The house elf question was the one Hermione had been building toward for 2 days. Harry could tell because she'd written 3 separate framework documents about it and organized them in order of how difficult the conversation was likely to be, which with house elves was very, not because the elves were resistant but because the subject was genuinely complex in ways that required care. Creature came to Gringotts. This was not something Harry had planned specifically, but when he returned to Grimmauld Place at noon to collect additional documentation, Creature was standing in the hall with his tea towel pressed and his expression carrying the particular quality of an elf who had made a decision. "Creature is coming," Creature said. Harry looked at him. "To Gringotts. Master Harry is speaking to representatives of the communities," Creature said. Creature is a representative of his community. Harry looked at him for a moment. "All right," he said. "Come." Creature's conversation with Harry at Gringotts, conducted at the table in Ragnok's room, with Hermione and Draco present, while Ragnok listened from behind his hands with the attention of someone who had waited 900 years for this particular conversation to occur and was not going to miss any of it, was not what Harry had expected, and then was exactly what he should have expected, because Creature was not a simple creature and had never been, and the simplicity had always been the assumption of people who hadn't bothered to pay attention. Creature talked about binding. The compulsion architecture of house elf magic, which was not, as wizards generally understood it, an external constraint imposed on elves from outside, but was, and this was the part that made Hermione go very still, something that had been built into the elf-wizard relationship through a charter instrument. Not Merlin's charter. An older one. A contract between the founders of the house elf community and an early wizard society that had, over centuries, been progressively reinterpreted to remove the elves' original protections until only the binding remained. The original contract had mutual obligations, Creature said. Elves bound to service, wizards bound to, he paused, searching for the word. Worthy of it. The worthiness condition was removed. Nobody asked elves. It was just removed. Hermione looked like she'd been hit very gently but very precisely with something she'd been searching for years. The original contract, Harry said. Is it documented? Creature reached into his tea towel. He produced, from somewhere that the laws of physics probably had opinions about, a small, ancient piece of parchment. Harry stared at it. Creature has kept it, Creature said. The Black family never knew. Very old. Very important. Creature's grandmother's grandmother's grandmother, he stopped counting. Very old. Harry took it carefully. The parchment was so old it was nearly translucent, and the writing on it was in a script that predated even Merlin's charter language. He couldn't read it. Neither could Hermione. But Creature could. He read the relevant section aloud in a language that was not gobbledygook and not any human language Harry recognized, and the room was quiet while he did, and afterwards he translated. The mutual obligation clause, restored, meant that house elves bound to a household had the right to refuse instructions that contradicted their dignity, to dissolve a binding that was abusive, and to petition any governing body for review of their conditions. It did not dissolve the binding framework. Creature was clear that most elves found value in service itself, that the problem was never the service but the conditions and the powerlessness. We want the right to say no, Creature said. That is all. Not to leave. Not to stop. To say no when it is wrong. The room was very quiet. Harry looked at the ancient parchment in his hands. Then he looked at Creature, who had spent 60 years in the Black family's service and had, at the end of it, chosen to stay at Grimmauld Place and cook breakfast for Harry Potter because Harry had treated him like a person, which was apparently the minimum threshold required and also evidently revolutionary. The Vox Communis founding charter, Harry said to Hermione. House Elf representation has drafting authority over the sections covering the original contract restoration. Hermione's voice was slightly unsteady. Yes, she said. Of course. Creature looked at Harry with an expression that house elves rarely had occasion to produce, and which Harry needed a moment to identify because he'd never seen it clearly directed at himself before. It was pride. They worked through the afternoon. The announcement of the Arbitrium's reconstitution went out through official channels at 2 o'clock, Kingsley's office releasing it simultaneously with a statement about Selby's suspension, which Augusta had advised releasing together so that the anti-corruption story and the institutional restoration story landed as a single coherent narrative rather than separate events. The Quibbler had a follow-up piece ready by 3. Luna had apparently been prepared for the Arbitrium announcement because she'd read the charter catalogue the night before and worked out what was coming. At 4 o'clock, Draco presented the full dissolution of the officium to the Wisengamot's procedural committee. The presentation took 12 minutes. The committee took 15 minutes to ratify the dissolution. Cornelius Ware, the abstaining member, voted for ratification. At 4:30, one of the 3 Wisengamot members who had voted against the charter sent a private owl to Augusta's office requesting a meeting. Augusta's reply was 8 words, Tuesday, 10 o'clock. Bring your documentation and your conscience. At 5 o'clock, a letter arrived at Grimmauld Place from the Hogwarts governor named in the suppression document. It was 3 paragraphs long. The first paragraph acknowledged receipt of Harry's earlier letter. The second was a carefully worded account of how the governor's involvement with the custodes had been limited to financial support based on a misrepresentation of the society's purpose. The third was an offer to provide testimony in any formal review process. Harry read it, handed it to Hermione, and noted that the letter's general tone was that of someone who had spent the afternoon deciding which side of history to be on and had made a choice. At 5:45, the werewolf liaison showed up at Grimmauld Place. Harry hadn't expected this one in person. He'd sent a written communication through Bill Weasley, who had the connections from his own particular experience of the Wizarding World's classification categories, and expected a written reply. Instead, Bill arrived at the front door with Fenrir Greyback's former second-in-command, a man named Aldous Tyne who had spent the war years as a ministry informant and the post-war years in a state of cautious observation, waiting to see whether the post-war world was actually going to be different from the pre-war one. Tyne was 45, heavy-shouldered, with a stillness that was different from Ragnok's and different from Rillick's. It was the stillness of someone who had been disappointed enough times to have learned to keep very still until they understood what they were looking at. He and Harry talked for an hour in the sitting room. Bill sat in a corner and drank tea and let them. Tyne wanted to know specifically, carefully, and without any diplomatic softening, what the moon-touched reclassification actually meant in terms of employment law, housing law, the registration requirements under the werewolf registry, and the mandatory reporting clause that required werewolves to notify the ministry of their location during each full moon. Harry answered every question straight. Where he didn't know the answer, he said so and explained who would know and how to get to them. Where the charter framework gave him a clear basis for a specific change, he named it. Where the change would require arbitrium review, he said that too, and explained what the review process would look like and why a properly constituted Supreme Court was more durable protection than a ministerial decree that could be reversed by the next minister. Tyne listened. He was quiet for a long time after Harry finished. The registration, he said. The mandatory location reporting. Arbitrium review within 60 days of Constitution, Harry said. I believe it will be found to contravene the Charter's fundamental protections on grounds of coercive surveillance. But the review is what makes it legally durable. I'm not making a decree. I'm building a framework that can't be easily reversed. Why not just make the decree? Because decrees get reversed, Harry said. Laws made under proper authority by a properly constituted court don't. I want you to have something that lasts past me. Tyne looked at him with the specific attention of someone who has decided that this might actually be real and is testing that decision against the reality of the person in front of them. "All right," he said. "We'll participate in the Vox Communis process." Bill caught Harry's eye over Tyne's shoulder and made an expression that was 7 different things simultaneously, which was fairly standard for Bill. By 7 o'clock, Harry was back at the kitchen table with Hermione and Draco, all 3 of them working through the Arbitrium Justice appointments. 7 justices. 3 requiring Wisengamot confirmation. The first 4 were relatively clear. Hermione had researched candidates for 2 days and produced a ranked list with supporting documentation for each, and Harry moved through it with the speed of someone who had learned to trust good research. The 5th was Marchbanks. She was 89 and had more genuine legal knowledge than anyone else on the list, and the question was whether her health would hold for what the role required. Harry sent her an owl asking directly. Her reply arrived in 20 minutes and said, "I am 89, not dead." Yes. The 6th was Rillick, the Goblin Council representative. A goblin on the Arbitrium, on the Supreme Court of Magical Britain. The appointment would require Wisengamot confirmation, which meant a vote, which meant another session. Harry wrote the announcement anyway. Let the vote happen. Let it be on record who voted how. The 7th justice was the one he spent the most time on. He sat at the table with the list in front of him and looked at it, and looked past it, and thought. Draco was reviewing the Wisengamot procedural implications of the Arbitrium appointments. Hermione was working on the Vox Communis consultation framework. Creature was making dinner. The kitchen smelled of something good and the evening had settled into the particular working quiet of people who had agreed implicitly that they were in this together and didn't need to say so. The 7th justice, Harry said. Hermione looked up. I want someone who understands what it's like to be on the wrong side of a system that didn't have proper authority, Harry said. Someone who's been through the classification machinery from the inside. Who can bring that perspective to every case the court reviews. Tyne, Draco said, without looking up from his own work. The werewolf liaison. Harry looked at Draco. He's 45, Draco continued. He has an extraordinarily detailed knowledge of the being classification legislation because he had to, because the legislation was pointed at him and understanding it was how you survived it. He's spent 20 years as an informant navigating 2 different institutional frameworks simultaneously, which is precisely the kind of mind you want on a Supreme Court. And appointing him sends a message that the Arbitrium is not a body for wizards reviewing the problems of non-wizards, it's a body constituted from the full range of magical Britain. He finally looked up. Also, Wisengamot confirmation of a werewolf to the Supreme Court is a vote that tells you definitively who in that chamber means what they say about reform. He paused. The ones who don't confirm him will make themselves very easy to identify. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Yes, Harry said. Tyne. Draco went back to his work with the minimal acknowledgement of someone who had offered a good idea and considered the acknowledgement of it sufficient. They ate dinner at the kitchen table, which was the first proper meal any of them had sat down to eat together, and it was slightly surreal in the way that things were surreal when they happened in the middle of extraordinary circumstances. Draco Malfoy eating creatures cooking at Harry Potter's kitchen table while they reviewed the founding documents of a new Supreme Court for magical Britain. The surreality of it was obvious enough that after a while it stopped being surreal and became simply real, which was how most things worked if you gave them enough time. She's going to make a move tonight or tomorrow, Harry said. I know, Hermione said. The press campaign isn't working the way she planned. The officium is dissolved. The Selby situation is public. She's running out of domestic options. He looked at the window. Which means either the ICW move or something else. Something else, Draco said. They looked at him. She built redundancies, Draco said. Like my father did. She's not the kind of person who has one fallback. She has 3. He looked at Harry. The question is which one she uses first. Harry turned the ring box over in his hand. He'd had it in his pocket again today. He couldn't quite explain why he kept carrying it except that it felt like carrying the weight of the thing itself, the actual significance of it, rather than letting it sit on a nightstand as an object. "There's one thing we haven't done," he said. Hermione looked at him. "We've been reacting and anticipating," he said. "We've been moving on Umbridge's timeline, defending against her options, staying one step ahead." He put the ring box on the table. "We haven't made a move that she can't anticipate. We haven't done something she didn't plan for." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, she planned for the charter recognition. She planned for the press campaign, the Officium challenge, the Wisingamot procedural challenges. She planned for the ICW option. She looked at Harry. What she didn't plan for was Draco. Draco looked up. "She didn't plan for the Malfoy papers," Hermione said, more quickly now, following the thought. "She knew about the Custodes network because she was part of it. She knew what Lucius had documented, because they worked together for 30 years. But she didn't know he'd documented her. She didn't know he'd prepared the letter. She didn't know Draco had the box." She looked at Harry. "What else didn't she plan for?" Harry looked at the ring box on the table. He thought about Merlin's letter. He thought about Alice Longbottom's sweet wrapper on the nightstand. He thought about Creature reading from an ancient document in a language that predated every institution they'd been rebuilding. "She planned for everything she could see from inside the system," he said. "She planned for the charter, the Wisingamot, the press, the ICW. She planned for political moves made through institutional channels." He picked up the ring box. "She didn't plan for what happens when you stop fighting through the institutions and start building around them." He looked at Hermione. "The Vox Communis. The Arbitrium. The community representatives. The house elf contract. Everything we've been building today, it's not a legal challenge to her position. It's a world that doesn't need her position to mean anything." He set the box back down. "She can fight an institutional challenge forever. She cannot fight a world that has simply moved past the thing she's defending." Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached across the table and picked up her quill. "I need to draft 3 documents tonight," she said. "The Vox Communis Consultation Framework, the Arbitrium Justice Announcement, and the formal redesignation of non-human magical beings under the restored charter terminology." She looked at Draco. "The Wisingamot procedural filing for Arbitrium confirmation, can you have it ready by morning?" "It's already drafted," Draco said. "Has been since 4 o'clock." She looked at Harry. "And you?" Harry picked up the ring box, opened it, and looked at the dark stone for the first time since the Wisingamot session. It sat in the box looking exactly like what it was, ancient, simple, completely serious. He thought about Merlin's letter for what felt like the 100th time. "Do not put it on until you are ready for everything that comes after." He thought about everything that had come. The kitchen table and the 40 pages of Hermione's notes. The amber-lit room below Gringotts. Kingsley's photograph. Augusta's sitting room and the flowers that were perfectly ordered. Draco knocking on the door at 7 in the morning with a box of his father's papers and a choice he'd already made. Rillick's controlled fury. Creature's ancient parchment. Tyne's stillness. Alice Longbottom's sweet wrapper. He thought about being 11 years old and finding out that the world was larger and stranger and more full of possibility than a cupboard under the stairs had allowed him to imagine. He thought about being 19 and understanding that possibility was not the same as permission and permission was not the same as responsibility and responsibility was not the same as burden, and all of those things had been conflated his entire life by people who needed him to be a symbol rather than a person. He was not a symbol. He was the Caput Magicae of magical Britain, and tomorrow he was going to walk into whatever Umbridge had prepared for him, and he was going to face it as exactly what he was, and it was going to be enough. He took the ring out of the box. It was warm under his fingers, the same deep living warmth of the vault door, of the charter's seals. He turned it once, feeling the weight of it, not heavy, but definite. The kind of weight that knew where it was supposed to be. He put it on his right index finger. The stone went from deep green to something more luminous, the same color but lit from within, the way a forest looked when the sun came through it at the precise angle. The sensation was not dramatic. It was the sensation of something settling, of a key turning in a lock that had been waiting for it for a very long time. Hermione looked at his hand. Then at his face. "Ready?" she said. "Yes," Harry said. Draco looked at the ring, and at Harry, and said nothing, which was the right thing. Creature appeared in the doorway and looked at the ring with an expression that contained 900 years of history compressed into the face of one small elf. "Good," Creature said simply. And went back to the kitchen. Harry picked up his quill and his list of 7 justices and wrote the name Aldous Tyne at the bottom of it, and outside the London night went about being a London night, and somewhere in Somerset a woman in a pink cottage was preparing her final move, and in the morning it was going to come, and it was going to be the last one. Chapter 8, The Charter Renewed. The move came at dawn. Not from Umbridge directly, she was too careful for that, too practiced at the specific art of making other people's hands do her work. It came in the form of 3 ministry owls arriving simultaneously at Grimmauld Place, each carrying a document stamped with the seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, each addressed to Harry Potter in a formal script that had the quality of something written under instruction rather than judgment. Harry was already downstairs. He'd slept 5 hours and woken clean, the way you woke when you'd made a decision the night before that you hadn't reversed by morning. He took the documents from the owls, fed them each an owl treat from the jar on the windowsill, and read all 3 standing at the counter. The first was a formal notice of a constitutional review petition, filed overnight under an obscure ministry procedural clause called the Emergency Stability Ordinance, a piece of legislation from 1939, written during the Grindelwald period, designed to allow the ministry to temporarily suspend the exercise of contested authority during a period of social instability. The petition argued that Harry's exercise of charter authority constituted a destabilizing force requiring independent review before further institutional actions could proceed. The second was a related document, a formal request for a delay injunction on the arbitrium justice appointments, pending the constitutional review's completion. Filed by the law firm. The same one whose retainer the officium had been funding. The third was a letter, not official, written in the small precise handwriting he recognized now without needing to see the signature. "Mr. Potter, you have proceeded with considerable speed and some ingenuity. I will give you that without qualification. However, you appear to have mistaken momentum for permanence. The Emergency Stability Ordinance was written precisely for situations where an individual claims authority that the broader wizarding community has not had adequate opportunity to assess. The constitutional review process will take between 4 and 8 months. During that period, your ability to make binding institutional appointments is suspended by law. I would suggest you use that time to consider whether the changes you are proposing have sufficient popular support to withstand proper democratic scrutiny. I suspect you will find they do not." Harry read the letter twice. Then he put it on the counter beside the other 2 documents, poured his coffee, and thought for exactly 3 minutes by the kitchen clock. The Emergency Stability Ordinance was real. He knew it was real because Hermione had flagged it in her research on day 2, circled it in red with a note that said potential mechanism, monitor. She'd assessed it as a lower probability threat because activating it required a petition from an active ministry official, it couldn't be filed by a private citizen or an outside institution. Corvin Selby had been suspended yesterday. But Selby wasn't the only ministry official in the Custodes network. Hestia Jones's personnel review wouldn't be complete until this afternoon at the earliest, which meant there was at minimum a 12-hour window during which other network members remained in their positions. Someone had used that window. Hermione was going to be furious in the precise, energized way she was furious when someone made a move she'd considered and discounted and turned out to be wrong to discount. Harry found that he wasn't furious. He was something cleaner than furious, focused, the way he'd been focused in the chamber before a Quidditch match when the weather was bad and the snitch wasn't visible and the entire game was about patience and knowing when to move. He heard footsteps on the stairs. Draco came in, read the 3 documents without being asked, and sat down. "The Emergency Stability Ordinance," he said. "Yes." She had someone file it. Someone still inside the network. "We found Selby yesterday, there are others." "The personnel review." Draco looked at the clock. "How long?" "Jones was starting this morning. 4 to 6 hours minimum." Draco looked at the window. The dawn was full now, clear and cold. The injunction on the arbitrium appointments is the real problem. The constitutional review we can fight, the charter's legal framework is strong enough, and Hermione can dismantle the ordinance's applicability in a few hours. But if the injunction holds and the appointments are delayed, every day is a day the arbitrium doesn't exist, and every day it doesn't exist is a day there's no Supreme Court to review the being classification cases, the wrongful convictions, all of it. He paused. She knows that. That's what she's actually targeting. Yes, Harry said. So what do we do? Harry drank his coffee. Set the cup down. Looked at the ring on his right hand, the stone still that quiet luminous green, still settled and definite in the way it had been since last night. We file the arbitrium appointments today, he said. Before any injunction hearing. Draco looked at him. The injunction was filed last night. The hearing is probably set for this morning. Then we file before the hearing. Harry looked at the clock. The Wisingamot clerk's office opens at 8. It's 6:43 now. We'd need the full appointment documentation prepared and submitted in 77 minutes, Draco said. We finished drafting it last night, but it needs review, notarial authentication, Ragnok's countersignature as charter custodian. Ragnok will be available, Harry said. He told me yesterday he anticipated needing to be. Draco looked at him for a moment. You planned for this. Hermione planned for it, Harry said honestly. She circled the ordinance on day 2. I just didn't tell her we were activating the contingency plan tonight because if I'd told her she'd have stayed awake and she needed sleep. He stood. Wake her up. You wake her up, Draco said. She's going to be annoyed and I'd prefer it to be directed at the situation rather than at me. Harry went upstairs and knocked on Hermione's door. She was awake in approximately 4 seconds, which meant she'd been sleeping lightly, which meant she'd been thinking about something even in her sleep. He told her about the 3 documents in 12 words. She was out of bed, dressed, and at the kitchen table in 8 minutes. She read the documents, read Umbridge's letter, and went very still in the way she went still when she'd made a mistake and was processing it. The ordinance, she said. You flagged it. I assessed it as lower probability because I was focused on Selby as the primary network contact. There are others. She looked up. I should have. You found Selby in 4 hours from a financial trail. You built the dissolution case overnight. You drafted the charter's full legal argument in 48 hours. Harry looked at her steadily. You're not allowed to be perfect about everything. She held his gaze. Then she picked up her quill. The injunction hearing, what time? We don't know yet. Probably 9 or 10. Then we file by 8. She was already writing. The constitutional review will fight through the Wisingamot. The ordinance's applicability to a charter claim is legally questionable and I can build that argument in 3 hours. But the appointments go in today. She looked at Draco. The procedural filing, you said it was drafted. Completely, Draco said. I need to add the Tyne appointment, which Harry decided last night, and format the final submission. Do it now. She turned to Harry. Go to Gringotts. Get Ragnok's countersignature and the notarial authentication. Tell him we need it by 7:30. Harry was already at the door. Tell Creature to have something ready when I get back. We're going to need to eat before this morning is over. Creature appeared in the kitchen doorway with the expression of an elf who had been listening from approximately the moment the owls arrived. Breakfast is already made, he said. Harry looked at him. how long have you been up? Since the owls came, Creature said, with dignity. Harry went. Gringotts at 7:10 in the morning was a different building than Gringotts at 9, quieter, the main hall staffed by the overnight shift with the specific efficiency of people accustomed to the bank's operations continuing regardless of what the sun was doing. The goblin runner Harry had sent ahead was waiting at the door with the information that Ragnok was already in his room. He had the authentication instruments on the table and Tessek at her stool and coffee, actual coffee, which Harry had mentioned in passing he preferred to the copper-tasting goblin drink, waiting on the corner of the table. Harry liked Ragnok more every time they were in a room together. He explained the situation in 90 seconds. Ragnok listened without interrupting, which was a quality Harry had come to appreciate deeply. The counter-signature and notarial authentication, Ragnok said. Yes. The Emergency Stability Ordinance cannot override a charter instrument that predates it by 900 years. The ordinance was drafted under ministry authority, and ministry authority is derived from the charter. An instrument cannot void the authority of the document from which its own validity derives. That's Hermione's argument, Harry said. It is also the correct argument. Ragnok was already working, his authentication instruments, small and precise and very old, moving across the appointment documentation with the speed of someone who had been doing this for decades. The injunction application is procedurally invalid for the same reason. A ministry court cannot issue an injunction against a charter action because a ministry court derives its authority from the charter. It would be like a river trying to dam the spring it flows from. Can we cite that in the Wisengamot challenge to the constitutional review? Cite Gringotts directly, Ragnok said, without looking up. We will provide a formal legal statement for your Wisengamot filing. Goblin institutional authority on charter matters is recognized under the Joint Accord of 1756. He stamped the final document with a force that was conclusive. Done. Harry was back at Grimmauld Place by 7:28. The appointment documentation was complete and countersigned. Draco had the procedural filing formatted and ready, the time appointment added and properly referenced. Hermione had drafted the Wisengamot challenge to the constitutional review in 51 minutes and was eating toast without looking at it while rereading what she'd written. The ordnance argument, Harry said. Ragnok confirmed it. He's providing a formal Gringotts statement. Hermione looked up. The river and the spring, she said immediately. He said that too. She looked faintly triumphant in the way she looked when convergent reasoning arrived at the same conclusion from different directions. She ate her toast. Harry ate eggs. Draco drank coffee and reviewed the procedural filing one last time, and Creature moved around the edges of the kitchen with the quiet purposefulness of someone who had decided that his role in this particular morning was logistical support, and was executing it with complete commitment. At 7:55 they left for the ministry. The three of them walked into the Wisengamot clerk's office at 7:59. The clerk on duty, a young wizard who looked like he had not been expecting his morning to involve Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Draco Malfoy arriving simultaneously with 4 separate filings, processed the appointment documentation and procedural filing with the efficient shock of someone who was very good at his job and was being tested in a novel direction. Every document was filed, stamped, and officially entered into the record at 8:03. The injunction hearing was scheduled for 9:30. Harry sent Kingsley a Patronus at 8:15. Kingsley arrived at the ministry at 8:45, read the situation briefing Hermione had prepared in the 12-page format she used for things that needed to be read fast and understood completely, and went directly to a meeting with his head of Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the acting head, since Selby's suspension had created a vacancy, to identify who had filed the ordinance petition. The answer came back at 9 o'clock. The petitioner was a deputy secretary in the ministry legal department named Winifred Goach. She had been with the ministry for 31 years. She had no connection to the Custodes network in any of the documents Harry's team had reviewed. Hestia Jones found her in the personnel review at 9:15. She was not in the Custodes network. She was in something older and less formal, a private correspondence group that predated the Custodes and had overlapping membership, connected through a shared investment trust that Lucius Malfoy had set up in 1981 as a vehicle for funding long-term institutional preservation efforts. Gotch had been a member since 1989. Her contributions to the trust were modest. Her commitment to its purpose, evidently, was not. The Emergency Stability Ordinance petition bore her signature. The instruction behind it bore, in the transaction record of the investment trust, umbrage's. At 9:30, the injunction hearing convened before a ministry legal tribunal of 3 judges. Harry was present, with Hermione beside him and Draco behind, and Augusta Longbottom, who had arrived at 9:25 in full formal dress, having been informed by Owl at 8:30 and appearing to have dressed while reading, seated in the observer gallery. The tribunal's lead judge, a woman named Priya Anand, who had the focused competence of someone who took legal process very seriously and political interference very badly, called the hearing to order. The law firm presented its injunction application. It took 12 minutes and cited the Emergency Stability Ordinance 7 times, 2 pieces of wizarding common law precedent, and a legal opinion by the historian whose name had appeared in the suppression document, the same historian Harry had written to privately 2 days ago. Hermione stood up. She spoke for 9 minutes. She cited the Charter. She cited Ragnok's formal statement on the Charter's precedence over ministry instruments. She cited the river and the spring argument with the crisp efficiency of someone who had known exactly what she was going to say since 7:15 that morning. She cited the officium's dissolution and its relationship to the legal opinion the firm had just referenced. She cited the fact that the arbitrium appointments had already been filed and were therefore part of the official record, which meant the injunction was seeking to suspend something that had already legally occurred. She sat down. Judge Anand looked at the law firm's representative. Counselor. The Charter predates the ordinance by 9 centuries. Do you have a response to the precedence argument? The representative looked at his notes. He had a response. They had clearly prepared one, but Harry could see from across the room that it was a response built on the assumption that Gringotts' formal statement would not exist, that the river and spring argument would come from Hermione alone rather than from Gringotts' institutional authority, and that the appointments would not yet be filed. None of those assumptions held. The representative spoke for 4 minutes. The argument was technically competent and practically inadequate, in the way that plans built on wrong assumptions were always adequate until they met reality. Judge Anand deliberated for 11 minutes. She dismissed the injunction. The law firm's representative left the tribunal room at 10:22 with the particular expression of someone who was going to make a very unpleasant phone call to a client. Harry walked out into the ministry corridor and found that news traveled at the speed of institutional gossip, which was faster than any owl, because there were people in the corridor who hadn't been there before, ministry staff, Aurors, 2 members of the Wisengamot who happened to be in the building and had heard about the hearing through the specific channel that didn't have a name but functioned more reliably than any official one. They were looking at him. Not with the look he'd grown up knowing, not the weight of expectation, not the performance of gratitude, not the calculation of political positioning. Looking the way people looked at something real that was actually happening in front of them. He nodded to 2 of the Aurors he recognized and kept walking. Augusta fell into step beside him. The Constitutional Review Challenge, she said. Wisengamot session this afternoon. I've already scheduled it. The ordinance argument, Ragnok's statement will hold. Against a ministry procedure. Absolutely. Against common sense. Equally. She looked at him. The review petition will be dismissed. Gotch will likely face a disciplinary inquiry. The law firm's retainer is effectively over, there's no instrument left to retain them for. She paused. That leaves Umbridge herself. Yes, Harry said. She hasn't made a public statement. She hasn't appeared at the ministry. She filed through intermediaries, and when those intermediaries failed, Augusta paused. She went quiet. She's not done, Harry said. No, Augusta agreed. She's not. But she is out of prepared positions. She looked at him. For the first time in 30 years, she is going to have to improvise. Harry thought about that. Umbridge improvising was potentially more dangerous than Umbridge prepared. Prepared people followed plans, and plans had predictable edges. But improvisation required resources, and her resources had been steadily removed. The officium dissolved. The law firm neutralized. Selby suspended. Goch exposed. The investment trust under review. The custodes network documented. She still had the 12 Wisengamot meetings from the past 6 months. She still had the contacts she built over 30 years of ministry work. She still had, somewhere, whatever the third redundancy was, the one Draco had said she'd built that Lucius hadn't known about. Harry stopped in the corridor and turned to Hermione, who had been 3 steps behind since the tribunal. "The historian," he said. "The one in the suppression document. The one whose opinion the firm just cited in the hearing." Hermione looked at him. "He didn't respond to your letter." "No," Harry said. Of the 3 non-political names, the Hogwarts governor responded within 24 hours. The St. Mungo's healer responded this morning. He looked at her. "The historian hasn't responded. He may simply not have received it yet, the letter went out 2 days ago." Harry thought about it. His work on de facto legitimacy is the primary academic basis for the ministry's own legal opinions on historical authority. The law firm just cited it in a formal tribunal. His research is still active, still influential, still being used. He paused. "What's his name?" Hermione pulled her notes from the portfolio she carried the way some people carried handbags, always, regardless of occasion. "Aldous Peregrine Finch Fletchley. He's Justin's uncle, actually." She looked up. "He teaches at the Edinburgh Research Archive where part of the custodes funding went in 1998. The archive Umbridge paid for," Harry said. "Which he's been running for 24 years, Hermione said slowly. "Which he built using the custodes endowment. Which houses his research. Which has produced the academic framework that's been used to justify every challenge to historical charter authority for 2 decades. She looked at Harry. "He didn't just participate in the suppression. He is the suppression. He built it into the academy." They looked at each other. "He's where she's going," Harry said. "She doesn't have the law firm anymore. She doesn't have the officium or the Wisengamot contacts or the ministry network. But she has the academic legitimacy argument, the argument that the de facto legitimacy framework is established scholarly consensus, not political positioning. If she can stand that up in front of the ICW as independent expert opinion rather than politically motivated advocacy, she doesn't need any of the institutional machinery anymore," Hermione finished. "She just needs one credible academic voice saying the charter claim fails under established historical legal theory. And she has one, and he hasn't responded to you, which means, he's already talking to her," Harry said. He turned to Draco. "The Edinburgh Archive. Do you know it?" "My father donated to it twice," Draco said. "Which means I was taken on a tour at age 11 and made to look interested for 2 hours." He paused. "I know the layout. Can you apparate to it?" "Within 50 meters, Draco said. "There are wards." "Go," Harry said. "Don't confront anyone. I need to know if Umbridge is there or has been there in the last 24 hours. That's all." Draco nodded and turned and was gone before the instruction was fully finished. Harry looked at Hermione. The ICW briefing. Kingsley was going to reach out to the British delegate. "He did," Hermione said. "Yesterday afternoon. The delegate acknowledged receipt of the charter documentation and said she'd schedule a formal review." She paused. "But if Finch Fletchley contacts the ICW directly as an independent scholar before that review is scheduled, we need to get there first," Harry said. "Not to stop him from speaking, I'm not doing that. But the ICW needs to see the full context of who Finch Fletchley is and how his research connects to the suppression effort before they receive his opinion as independent scholarship." He looked at Hermione. "Can you prepare a brief for the British delegate?" 2 hours. 1, she said, already moving. Harry sent Kingsley another Patronus. He sent one to Augusta about the afternoon Wiesengemot session. He stood in the corridor for 30 seconds thinking about the thing he needed to do that none of the others could do and that he'd been building toward since the moment he'd read Merlin's letter in the amberlit vault below Gringotts. Then he went to find Ragnok. He needed one more thing from the bank. Not documentation. Not authentication. Not legal framework. He needed the answer to a question he'd been turning over since the first morning. What had Merlin put in the vault beyond the letter, the ring, and the deed of title? The iron key. He'd had it the whole time in the wooden box and hadn't found what it opened. Ragnok looked at the key when Harry placed it on the table, and something happened in the old goblin's face that Harry had not seen before, not surprise, because Ragnok did not appear to be capable of surprise in the conventional sense, but something that was adjacent to anticipation, as though a door he'd been aware of his whole life was now within reach. We knew the key existed, Ragnok said. It appears in the Charter's inventory of vault contents. What it opens, he looked at Harry carefully. We have long believed it opens the Charter's companion document. Not the Foundation Charter. The Renewal Charter. Harry was very still. Merlin wrote 2 documents. He appears to have anticipated that the Foundation Charter would need, at some point, to be substantially revised. The world he was building it for was the 10th century. He could not have predicted the Statute of Secrecy, the Industrial Revolution, the scope of what magical Britain would become. Ragnok looked at the key. The Renewal Charter was designed to be completed by the acknowledged Caput, not written by Merlin but written for Merlin's heir to write. A framework for the heir's own era. He paused. The key does not open a vault. It opens the document itself. The Renewal Charter is blank. Has always been blank, in the sense that only the Caput can inscribe it. Harry looked at the key. He understood then what Merlin had actually built. Not a fixed system, a living one. Not a charter that would govern 900 years of a world Merlin couldn't see, but a mechanism for continuous renewal, one that placed the authority for each era's governance in the hands of the person that era had produced. He'd built a system designed to keep being fixed. He picked up the key. Where is it? Ragnok stood. I'll take you. Not Vault 0 this time. Deeper. Past the corridor with the runes that hummed, past a level that Harry hadn't seen before, where the stone was the darkest and the oldest and the air had the quality of somewhere that had been waiting for a very specific thing for a very specific length of time. A door. Smaller than Vault 0's door. No handle. A keyhole that was not quite the right shape for any key Harry had ever seen, and then was, when he held the iron key near it, shifted, settled, became exactly right. He put the key in and turned it. The door opened onto a room barely larger than a wardrobe. Inside was a lectern, and on the lectern was a book, not parchment, not a scroll, but a book, bound in something that was neither leather nor wood but had the quality of both, dark and warm and solid. The pages were visible at the edges, creamy white, hundreds of them, blank. Harry stood in front of it. The room was very quiet. He put his hand on the book, the way he'd put his hand on the vault door, and the same warmth came, the deep, living warmth of something that had been waiting for exactly this, the resonance felt in the chest rather than the ears. He didn't write in it yet. He wasn't going to write in it yet, not today, not in the middle of this morning's machinery. The Renewal Charter was not an emergency document. It was not a legal instrument for fighting an injunction or dismissing a constitutional review petition. It was the thing you built when the immediate battle was over and the question became not how do we stop the breaking but what do we actually want to build. He was going to need time, and consultation, and the Vox Communis, and the Arbitrium, and Hermione and Draco and Kingsley and Augusta and Rillick and Tyne and Creature with his ancient parchment and Ragnok with his 9 centuries of careful custody. He closed the book. He left the key in the lock, it belonged there, he was certain of that. He walked back out. Draco's Patronus found him in the main hall of Gringotts at 11:30. The message was 3 sentences: she was here this morning. Met with Finch Fletchley for 90 minutes. He's preparing a statement for the ICW. Harry sent back, come to the ministry. Bring anything you found. He went to the ministry and found Hermione in a conference room on the 3rd floor with the brief for the ICW delegate spread across the table and Kingsley beside her with his sleeves rolled up and reading glasses on, which was the first time Harry had ever seen Kingsley wearing reading glasses and which somehow made him seem simultaneously more human and more formidable. The brief was 16 pages and it was devastating. Not because it attacked Finch Fletchley, it didn't. It presented his work accurately and fully, cited his research without distortion, and then placed it in its complete institutional context: the funding, the connections, the custodes network, the specific legal opinions his work had been used to support and by whom. It let the facts speak, which was Hermione's particular mode of devastation. She never needed to editorialize because she constructed the factual record so completely that the editorial was already present in the arrangement. The British ICW delegate received it at noon. She sent a reply at 12:45 acknowledging receipt and informing Kingsley that she was postponing any communication with outside parties on the matter pending a full review of the documentation. Which meant Finch Fletchley's statement, whenever it arrived, would be received in the context of everything Hermione had laid out. Draco arrived at 1 o'clock with a small photograph taken with a quick quotes camera that the Edinburgh archive apparently kept near the entrance for documentation purposes. It showed Umbridge and Finch Fletchley in the archive's main hall, taken from a distance by a camera that had been transfigured by Draco into a very convincing plant pot. Harry looked at the photograph. Umbridge and Mauve, standing with the quiet authority of someone who was not giving instructions but receiving a commitment. Finch Fletchley beside her, a slight man of 60 with the look of someone who had spent his career building something and was now being asked to defend it. Harry looked at the photograph for a long moment. He wrote the research in good faith, he said. I think. At the beginning. He looked at Draco. He was told the Custodes were a historical preservation society. He was funded. He built his career on a framework that turned out to serve a purpose he may not have fully understood at first. He paused. And then he understood it, and he kept going. Draco said nothing. I'm not going to destroy him publicly, Harry said. The brief Hermione sent to the ICW, that's the record. His work will be re-evaluated in that context and that's appropriate. But I'm going to go to Edinburgh this afternoon and talk to him directly. Hermione looked up. Harry, she'll be there, he said. Or she'll have been there. Either way, the statement he's preparing is going to be filed before the end of the day, which means I have one opportunity to make the case to him in person that he's being used as a vehicle for something he may not have fully consented to be a vehicle for. He looked at her. I know what it feels like to be used as a vehicle for someone else's purpose. I'm not willing to let that happen to someone else without at least asking them if it's what they want. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Then she sat back and picked up her quill. I'm coming. Obviously, Harry said. They apparat to Edinburgh at 2 o'clock, Harry, Hermione, and Draco, and walked to the archive through the new town streets with the cold air of a Scottish February cutting through their robes and the ordinary city around them doing its ordinary city things. The archive occupied a 4-story Georgian townhouse on a quiet street, its sign modest, its entrance flanked by 2 bay trees that were perfectly maintained in a way that reminded Harry of Augusta Longbottom's garden. Umbridge was not there. She'd left, the receptionist said, at 1:15. Finch Fletchley received them in his office on the 2nd floor. He was exactly what Harry had imagined, slight, 60, precise, with the manner of someone who had spent decades being the most knowledgeable person in the room and had organized his identity accordingly. He looked at Harry with the expression of someone who was attempting to treat this as an ordinary professional meeting and was not entirely succeeding. Harry sat down. He looked at the office, books, research, the careful accumulation of a life spent thinking about preministry magical law. Something he'd built with real work and real intelligence and, at some point along the way, compromised for reasons that were probably more complicated than simple corruption. I wrote to you 2 days ago, Harry said. You didn't respond. No, Finch Fletchley said. I was, considering my position. And after this morning's meeting? A pause. I was preparing a statement for the ICW on the theoretical foundations of de facto legitimacy doctrine as it applies to dormant charter claims. I know, Harry said. I'd like you to read something before you send it. He reached into the portfolio and placed the charter's full documentation on the desk. Not a copy. Ragnok had returned the copies to Harry after the morning's tribunal, and he brought all of them. The genealogical ledger, the account status, the goblin notarial authentication, the charter itself. And one other thing. He placed Hermione's brief for the ICW delegate on top. That's not an attack on your research, Harry said. Read it. It's the context your research has been operating in, which I think you may not have fully known when you started, and which I think you may not have fully acknowledged to yourself when you found out. He met Finch Fletchley's eyes. I'm not here to threaten your career or destroy your work. Some of your work is genuinely important, the de facto legitimacy question is real, and it needed someone to think about it carefully. The problem is that it was used. And I think part of you knows that. Finch Fletchley looked at the documents on his desk. He didn't touch them yet. Dolores Umbridge told me this morning that the charter claim was politically motivated, he said. That the documentation was, read the documentation, Harry said simply. He waited. Finch Fletchley picked up the charter. He read the first page, turned it, read the second. He picked up the genealogical ledger. He picked up the goblin authentication. He read for 11 minutes, and in those 11 minutes his office was very quiet except for the sound of the Edinburgh street outside and the particular stillness of someone's understanding of their own situation changing shape. He put the documents down. The authentication is unimpeachable, he said, in the voice of a scholar stating an objective fact. Yes, Hermione said. It is. He looked at Harry. My research will need to be substantially revised. Yes, Harry said. It will. And I'd like you to be the one to revise it. Not because I'm managing the narrative, because you understand it better than anyone else, and a revision by its original author carries more scholarly weight than a rebuttal. He paused. Your work on de facto legitimacy doesn't disappear, it becomes a study of how the doctrine was applied in the specific absence of an acknowledged charter heir, which is actually more interesting and more historically precise than what it currently is. Finch Fletchley looked at him. The precise, knowledgeable look of a man deciding whether to believe what he was seeing or default to a more familiar interpretation. He made the decision slowly and visibly, the way people made decisions that cost them something. I'll withdraw the statement to the ICW, he said. I'd appreciate that, Harry said. And I'll need to formally disclose my connection to the custodes funding in my institutional record. He said it the way you said things you'd known you'd have to say eventually and had been putting off. The disclosure process is up to you, Harry said. I've done what I came to do. He stood. Hermione stood. Draco stood. All three of them moved to the door, and at the door Harry turned back once. Your nephew, he said. Justin. He was Muggle-born. Your research, as it stood, would have been used to argue that the Ministry's classification of Muggle-borns as a legal subcategory was a legitimate de facto institutional practice. He held Finch Fletchley's gaze. I thought you'd want to know that specifically. Finch Fletchley looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said quietly. I did want to know that. Harry nodded, and went. The afternoon Wisengamot session convened at 4 o'clock. Augusta ran it. The Emergency Stability Ordinance petition was dismissed in 23 minutes on the grounds that a ministry procedural instrument could not supersede a foundational charter. The vote was 34 in favor of dismissal. Cornelius were voted with the majority. 2 of the 7 who'd originally opposed the charter recognition voted for dismissal. The numbers were moving. After the session, Harry stood in the chamber with the late afternoon light coming through the high windows and the room emptying around him, and he thought about the renewal charter. The blank book on the lectern in the small deep room. All those empty pages. Augusta stopped beside him on her way out. She looked at the ring on his right hand, at the stone that caught the afternoon light the way the charter seals caught it. "She's gone quiet again," Augusta said. Umbridge. No communications, no movement. The Edinburgh meeting was her last prepared position. "She has a third redundancy," Harry said. "Draco said so. Something Lucius didn't know about." "If it exists, we'll find it," Augusta said. "But I think," she paused, and it was an unusual pause for Augusta, who was not generally given to uncertainty. "I think it's possible she doesn't deploy it. I think it's possible she looks at where things stand and makes a calculation that she makes very rarely in her life." "Which calculation?" "That she's lost," Augusta said. "Not the battle, she's lost those before and kept fighting. The war. The fundamental premise." She looked at the empty chamber. Her entire life was organized around the idea that the institutions were legitimate because they functioned. That the ministry's authority was real because people treated it as real. That the world she'd built her career inside was the correct and natural world. She looked at Harry. "You've demonstrated that the foundation was always provisional. And when the foundation is provisional, everything built on it can be rebuilt. That's what she cannot fight. Not legally, not politically, not academically." She paused. "You can fight a challenge. You cannot fight a truth." Harry thought about that. He thought about Umbridge in her Somerset cottage, writing letters in her small precise hand, convinced of her own righteousness. He thought about 30 years of building and protecting and managing, all of it organized around a world that had, as of 4 days ago, been revealed to have always been standing on borrowed ground. He didn't feel satisfaction about it. He felt something more complex, the particular weight of knowing that a person's entire sense of themselves was being dismantled, and understanding that she had brought it on herself through choices made over decades, and that those things were both true simultaneously and neither cancelled the other. "I'm going to invite her to the renewal charter consultation," he said. Augusta looked at him. It was the look she used when he said something she genuinely hadn't anticipated, which happened less often than it used to. "Not as an advisor," he said. "As a citizen. The renewal charter is meant to be the governing document for magical Britain as it actually is. That includes people who have served the old system faithfully for 30 years and have knowledge of how it worked and why." He paused. "I'm not forgiving what she did. That's not what this is. The accountability process for her specific actions, the wartime crimes, the suppression network, that's a matter for the arbitrium when it's constituted. I'm not preempting that." He looked at the empty chamber. "But the document we write needs to be built by the people who have to live under it. All of them." Augusta was quiet for a long time. "You're serious," she said. "Yes." She may decline. "She probably will," Harry said. "That's her choice." Augusta looked at him with the full force of 73 years and 5 decades of Wisengamot politics. "Your mother," she said, "would have been absolutely formidable." "I know," Harry said. "I'm working on it." They walked out of the chamber together, and the ministry went on around them, and the world outside went on being the world, and in a small deep room below Gringotts a blank book waited on a lectern with all its empty pages. And in 4 days' time Harry Potter would sit at a long table with Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy and Ragnok and Rillick and Augusta Longbottom and Aldous Tyne and Griselda Marchbanks and Creature and a centaur representative named Ronan and a merfolk liaison who communicated through a translation charm that Hermione had spent 2 days perfecting and 17 other people from 17 different corners of magical Britain, and they would begin to write. Not the end of something. The beginning of something. The iron key would stay in the lock of the small deep room, and the book would be opened, and the first line of the renewal charter, agreed on after 4 hours of discussion and one significant argument about whether the word citizen should be replaced with a more inclusive term, would be written in Harry's handwriting, which was not as precise as Merlin's had been but which was entirely his own. All persons, of whatever blood or kind, who make their lives within the magical community of Britain, are recognized as equal before this charter and before all institutions established hereunder. Not end. Foundation. Which was, he thought, exactly the right word.